Well, hello there, friends, and welcome to Strangers in the Night, your source for late night VR gaming talk. I am your host, Wes, and with me, as always, is my good friend Eric. Eric, how are things in California this week?
Man, California is very California, if that makes sense.
It does. It does if you've been there.
Yeah, California is cool, man. I don't know, I've been to a lot of parts of California. San Francisco is great for a short period of time. LA, Venice Beach, okay, not really my bag for California, but I'm in Santa Monica, and I don't know if anybody out there has been to Santa Monica, but man, this is probably one of my favorite places. I love San Diego, like where Jasmine lives in San Diego is pretty
Yes.
awesome. But yeah, and you were there in San Diego, right? With us, me and Jasmine. But Santa Monica West is kick ass. It's just a really good vibe here, and um, it's super cool. But it's cold here right now. Like it's all of a sudden we got like a cold spell. I'm wearing like a big sweater. It's cold.
It's cold in California. That does not make any sense. Well, so it's been nice here. It's been in like mid 80s the last few days here. So kind of weird that it's cold in California. Inferno 9 in the chat says, "Were you guys talking for a bit? You just popped up." No, we did the full the full countdown and intro. Did it
Yeah,
just like start out of nowhere for you all? That's a little weird.
yeah.
You'll let me know in the chat if it showed you our intro or not. That would be strange if it didn't. Um, no intro, says Quadzilla.
No intro. That is weird.
That is weird. Okay, well, welcome everyone to Strangers in the Night. Um, I don't know. YouTube's doing weird shit already. I guess that's just part of the gig, though. I would go back and do it again, but it doesn't really matter. Um, back again for another show. Been a couple of weeks since we've been on the air last. I was off last week for a rock concert. Went to a festival. It was a 4-day thing. I went the first day and then have been in bed in complete pain ever since then. Um, a little bit strange. I was starting to feel a bit better, at least well enough to get back in front of this camera and do another show. You've been
It feels
around.
like it's been I
Yeah.
don't know, it feels like it's been a couple of weeks at least, since we did a show
Well,
last.
yeah. Well, I think the last ones I did, I might have done alone. I think. Oh no, I know what it was. Like I did a week with you, and then I did a show alone, and then I did one with Brad. That was the last one I did. We had
Oh,
Brad
that's
come on.
right, right.
Yeah, yeah. Brad came on and talked about some Deckard stuff with us, which was really cool. Um, and we've been gone since then, and that has been a minute. That was before Connect. Like so much has happened since I've been on the air last. I'm kind of glad to be getting back on the horse here because I don't know if you've noticed, Eric, but the VR shit is coming in hot and heavy these days. Game after game after game lined up. Like it's going to be 2024 show before you know it.
It is, man, and it's crazy, the amount of games and the amount of good games that we're getting all of a sudden, they just seem like, you get that drought in the summertime, and then, they hammer you from, September until, probably end of the year, but because we have some huge ones coming, and then, yeah, I mean, then, all that was Meta Connect, Wes, which was,
Yep.
it's a spectacle in itself. I mean, literally, it's, you've been to a few of these shows now, and I'm telling you, I said this last night on my show. I'm like, Meta Connect has really become a mecca of VR.
Well,
For these shows, whether you hate Meta or not, it's what it is.
it's definitely become like the holiday, right? Like the big holiday for people who are interested in immersive tech. But I think to call it a VR event is very reductive because let's be
Mm.
honest, they didn't talk all that much about VR. They talked a little bit about VR. They talked a good deal about AR, and then they talked mostly about AI, which is strange because wasn't it just what 2 or 3 years ago that John Carmack left Meta because he wanted to work on AI, and now
Yeah,
that's all they care about at Meta is AI.
It's like they're doing it to spite him. Like, "Oh, thanks, John, for leaving. Now
Yeah.
we're gonna do everything AI." Yeah, I mean, I think in the keynote, they were, they were very keen to make sure they let off with a lot of virtual reality and then go into a number of other things that were super exciting on their own. Like, for me, I mean, what they announced was very exciting. Was it out of virtual reality space? Yes, but it's still very exciting. But I can tell you this, on campus, the busiest and the largest demo areas were still all Quest 3S and the games that they were demoing there, because that dominated. It pretty much dominated the space, and and what everybody was into. I mean, they had kiosks for the Meta, Ray Bans. They had, a little pop up Meta Ray Ban store that you could go into and, do demos and stuff like that. But literally, where everybody was and where the buzz was and where the largest amount of demos were done was around the Quest 3S and the games that were there.
That's awesome. I'm thinking about getting one. I don't need it. Obviously, I don't need it. Like I've got a Quest 3. There's no need for me to have another headset here. I've got 4 Quest 2s. But on the other hand, um I'm going to get Batman, and I'm not in the Meta Creator program, so they're not going to send it to me. I'm going to have to pay for it. That's $50. So the thing
Mhm.
is already, $299, and I'm already got a $50 off because I'm going to be buying Batman. So do I drop another 250 to be able to have another Quest 3 in the house, which is going to enable co-location multiplayer with people that are here, my wife, my kids. We could play Demio in the same room together, or Spatial Ops, or any of those, BAM, any of those big co-location multiplayer games. There's more and more coming. It might be worth it. It's not a lot of money.
You should definitely do it, and use the Q2C VR Gamer affiliate code, and you get $30 worth of store credit also.
Oh,
Makes it
really?
even more attractive. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Use our affiliate code, because we are part of the creator
Hmm.
program, and we do get, whoever uses our code gets $30 worth of store credit, which is awesome. It's a great deal, and especially if you have those deals like you did. And Wes, I'm telling you, it's a good piece of hardware. I mean, like, we're back to Fresnel lenses again, and that's probably one of my biggest qualms with the headset. But literally everything else, pretty much okay with, man.
Well,
I'm telling you, the form factor.
if it didn't have Fresnel lenses, it would be a
Uh,
Quest 3, right? It would
yeah,
just be a Quest 3 at that point. Um,
yeah.
from what I'm hearing though, I haven't tried it, but I've heard some other people talking about it that have tried it, and they say that even though it is, the same display, the same screen that's in a Quest 2, that it looks sharper. Like the since the render resolution is so much higher with the new processor, that it has a sharper look to it, and that it's very comparable to the Quest 3, much more than they were even expecting.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Like, I haven't, now, to be fair, I haven't worn my Quest 2 in a long time. So it's hard for me. I would probably have to compare, and I probably will. Once I get home, I'll probably compare, pop the Quest 2 back on and check it out. But in saying that, I've been using my Quest 3 for a long time, and that's mainly the dominant headset I use for everything. And I don't think the downgrade is that bad. Like, for me, like from the Quest 3 with with pancake lenses, um, I can say that I can tell you the pass through is almost as the same. You do have the Fresnel lenses with the 3 slide IPD again, which is, not my favorite thing, but it's definitely Fresnel lenses, and you're gonna know it's Fresnel lenses. But in saying that, for 299 for what this headset is, everything else feels great. Like, again, the pass through, which is going to be one of the main things, especially if you're a person upgrading from a Quest 2 and this is your upgrade. The pass through is one of the main things on this, and the XR2 chip, the Gen 2 XR2 chip is one of the main things. So, for me, for the price point with Batman, with what you're getting with it, that just the downgrades of the lenses, it's a no brainer, and yeah, I think you should definitely get one, especially, for all the stuff that you do, with your family, and I think it's a great idea.
What I'm really interested in testing out, and I haven't really heard anyone speak about this, but if you use just a little bit of logic, you've got the same processor, right? The same graphics processor, same CPU, pushing a lower resolution screen. That's less pixels that you have to render, which should mean that there's more overhead left in the processor for, frames. So you should be able to push 90 frames a lot easier, and even in some games up to 120. I would think uh, that the performance would be better running a lower resolution panel for standalone games. Of course, that's what I'm talking about, to run standalone games. Which, by the way, have you seen the Metro uh, Quest 3 footage? Like that looks impressive. Like it looks like a PC game. Um, and if you put it side by side with like the PlayStation footage or the PC footage, you can tell the differences, but it's all lighting. Like the lighting is the difference. Everything else looks pretty identical. And that makes me super excited for, where standalone is going to be going over the next year to 2 years.
I 100% agree. I mean, it looks so freaking good, and this was something I mentioned, on the podcast last night too. I think, and talking about the Quest 3S, and when we're able to kind of say goodbye to the Quest 2, and we're able to developers are able to fully develop using the Gen 2 XR2 chip, that, we're going to see a big increase with a lot of what we're able to see right now. Like, unfortunately, or not unfortunately, we're still holding on. There's a lot of people with the Quest 2, and it's difficult to not develop for that headset because there's so many out there. But I think with the Quest 3S, a lot of people moving away from the Quest 2, them not selling it anymore. Soon we're going to get to a world where we don't have to develop specially for the Quest 2 or wait for a patch to make, a Quest 3, visuals. Instead of just having, the developers be able to just do the best they can and make the highest fidelity games they can. And Wes, we're getting there. Like, I can't wait to see what we're able to do in in the next headset, or whatever that next generation chip is after this one. Like, developers are doing some amazing things with the power of this headset right now, and super happy to see that something like Metro and showing that fidelity.
Yeah, I just can't wait for the indies to catch up, right? Obviously, Vertigo doing a Metro game, doing amazing work. I mean, that game looks like, I hate to say it because it's such a cliche, but I was thinking it before everyone said it. It looks like a Half-Life Alex quality game to look at it, in terms of the visuals and the sound and the way that they have the music, and it seems like a Half-Life Alex level production. Will it be 15 to 20 hours long with the epic story campaign? I don't know, but the quality and production level look on that level. So when I see this, like, I think to myself, Why couldn't they do Half-Life Alex on a standalone now?" Now I know that Valve isn't going to do that, right? If they're going to do a standalone version of Half-Life Alex, they're just going to do their own standalone headset, and and then you'll be able to run Half-Life Alex on it from the Steam store. But my the point isn't about that game specifically. The point is about the hardware, the standalone hardware, and what it's capable of now. We've got games like Metro, we've got games like Batman already giving us glimpses of what the possibilities are going to be. I just hope it doesn't take 2 years for the smaller indie studios to catch up, because so many of our games come from these smaller studios. Like, we're a little bit spoiled at the end of 2024, as we're about to get all of these big budget games, but it isn't always like that. Like, a lot of times we count on the indie studios to keep us in stuff to play, and the faster that they can get up to speed and really take advantage of the hardware, the better off we're all going to be.
Agreed.
uh,
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, just mirrored everything I said. I love it. Thanks.
um, anyway, the chat filling out nicely. I want to go ahead and get into the show a little bit. We've got an awesome show lined up for you here tonight. A lot that we have to go over, and we're already getting kind of a late start, so we should probably say hello to our friends in chat. Friends like Ghost Shot are here. Inferno 9 is here. Awesome Tatum, Techno Glitch, Mr. Lord Beavis is here. Salvador is here. Arlen of the Arc Reactor in the chat as well. Backsorn VR, Assassin 32 says 100% Wes. It's going to be more frames. Yeah, I know, man. It just
Oh, yeah.
it stands to reason, right? Nobody's talking about that, but I think that's a real plus for people taking the budget option. Brondo's here. What's up, Brondo? GameCat Behemoth. Hello. What's up? GameCat Behemoth been playing Silent Hill 2. Eric, that just dropped early for those that spent the extra money to get the deluxe edition. I know I
Elliot was
haven't.
actually Elliot was playing it in UEVR actually earlier today here in the
Yeah,
here at the B&B. Yep.
yeah.
He says it's pretty damn awesome.
Yeah. I almost did that. Like I almost picked it up to try to stream it this week. But it's a $70 game. 60 if you get it on launch day, but to play it now it's $70. And I know people at Bloober Team, so I think I'm just going to ask
Ooh.
them for a key first, and then if they
Hell
don't
yeah,
send me
respect.
one, then I'll drop the money for it. But I'm looking forward to it. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, when you reach out to Bloober Team, tell them to let us do the VR port.
Dude, I didn't want to say it out loud, but I was already going to do that. Thank
Perfect.
you. Let's see here. Who else is in the chat? Grandpa Barbecue or the Game Cat is here. What's up? No, I was already thinking about that because the person I talked to at Bloober Team's not like a press person. It's somebody in the office. Um, but then I got thinking, this is the Konami IP. So I don't know if
Hmm.
they actually would. They might put us into contact with somebody at Konami, but I don't know if they would actually be able to give us the okay to do that. It would be cool though, wouldn't it?
Oh my god, it would be amazing.
Lift Control Gaming in the chat. What's up? VR Sprite Guy. Good to see you. Chrome Colossus is here as well. Q Creator. Yo, yo, what's up? Chinatown D in the house. What's up, D? Quadzilla's here. Bambino Ramos is here. Backsorn VR. Jay the Foviator Inner Game Cat. Gabriel 004. Joshua Taylor. All in attendance tonight. Rolling. And Inferno 9 and Not Sure Brondo had a fucking conversation earlier, let me tell you. Johnny Rypop
We
is
were going
here.
at it.
What's up, Rypop? Skiva. We even have a Skiva sighting. What's up, Skiva?
Oh, he's at the airport. He's at the
Well, he was.
airport just heading out of here. Yeah, yeah. So it was kind of nice here at Santa Monica. We actually usually it's just me and Jasmine here, but it's been nice. Elliot's been here for the past week. So we've been able to like, kind of co-work and we don't get to work together because we're all remote very often. And Skiba was here for the last 3 days as well. So Jasmine, Elliot, and Skiba and I had a chance just to kind of like hang as founders of Flat VR Studios and Impact Reality and just kind of hang out. And he's probably at the airport heading home right now, Wes, listening to the show. Hey, Skiba.
Awesome. What's up, Skiva? Yeah, I saw your pictures on Twitter. You guys look like you were having a good time enjoying each other's company. So shout out, Skiva. Have a safe flight, brother. And of course, rounding out the top, as always, four wheeling first in the chat, and that is as far as I can go. Let's see. Anyone slipping in at the end here today? People like Radio Runt slipping in. Flat to VR. Hello, Elliot. Thanks for joining. I thought I saw somebody leave a super chat. Oh, there it is. Grandpa Barbecuer the Game Cat. I think battery life needs to be worked on for standalone. Um, that's another interesting aspect of this 3S is the battery size itself um, isn't quite as big as the Quest 3, but I guess they think because of the the screen and a few other things that it's not going to have quite the same power draw as the 3. So it's going to be it's going to kind of fall right in the middle of the Quest 2 and the Quest 3 in terms of battery life, which is pretty cool. It's a balancing act, though. When you talk about battery life in standalone, like not only do bigger batteries cost more, but they also weigh more.
And they're hotter. Yeah,
Yeah, heat.
100%.
Yeah,
Everything changes, right? Because then you got heat, then you got more fans, then you got louder noise, then you got more weight again because you got more fans. So,
yeah,
um, I I really I just Wes, I'm telling you, I want to get to the point where we either have a wireless puck or a wired puck. So, I mean, I almost think it needs to happen at some point. Like as the headsets get smaller and smaller, how are you going to jam back unless the batteries just really all of a sudden get to the point where they're super small and they don't get hot. I think if we want the form factor we need, we really got to consider having something like the way that Apple does it. You know what I mean? Where you can just stick the battery in your back pocket or whatever.
yeah. I think so too. We've been a proponent of the puck idea long before anyone had even thought about doing it, or at least talked about doing it. We've been talking for years about how that's the way to go, and having Quest come out and be as uncomfortable as it was only seemed to prove that. I like the idea that Meta has with these AR glasses having the wireless puck in your pocket, but I don't know how practical that is for a VR headset. I don't know what the latency would be on like. I got to imagine um, that would complicate things greatly versus just putting a damn wire on the thing and having it be instant. But I agree. I think not only would it allow for a more comfortable, more compact headset, but it would do what Grandpa Barbecuer said and just give us more battery life, which is an issue. Like it's long enough, but it's just long enough right now. And like I would be frustrated if I were someone who gamed primarily on Quest. Like even with the Bobo strap and the swappable batteries, like it still frustrates me sometimes how quickly the battery goes away. It does fine if you want to plug it into the wall, like it'll stay charged, and if you remember to keep swapping your batteries, the Bobo strap will keep it up. Um, but I don't think about it a lot, honestly. And if something really grabs me for more than 90 minutes, I don't think about swapping the battery. I'm screwed. By the time I think about it, the batteries run out. And I agree, it is a frustrating problem that I'd like to see get solved as standalone becomes more and more prominent going forward. Um, anyway, that's another story for another day. We have cool things to talk about here today, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, Mainly, we got some Flat to VR stuff to talk about, and I want to go ahead and thank Eric and thank Elliot and everyone at Flat to VR for volunteering this. I had no idea that we were
Do-
going to be doing
do-
this.
should we have Elliot come over and say hi real quick?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I'm going to play the trailer first, and then
Okay.
we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on here. But for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, we have a new Robo Quest VR trailer. Apparently, they've been working hard in the background, getting this thing ready to go and getting it playable. I actually got to play a little bit of it earlier today, and I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about that experience, but I'll say that it was cool. And we'll share this trailer with you all. It's a teaser trailer, only about 30 seconds or so, but it is a new trailer. It is awesome. And after we
Yeah.
watch this, we'll be right back with Eric and Elliot. What's that,
Yeah,
Eric?
I will just set it up before you go into it and just say that
Yep.
this trailer was all shot in virtual reality and with complete controls, hand controls, with two-handed weapon support. Oh,
Boom. Dual wielding
and
confirmed.
we're in there playing it in VR already.
We are. Anyway, check it out, guys. It's super cool.
Audio Jungle.
So there we are, a brand new Roboquest VR teaser trailer, hot off the presses at Flat to VR Studios. Um, Guys, that's awesome. That looks so fun. And I'm not going to say a bunch about my gameplay experience earlier today in the game. I'm just going to say one thing. Hopefully, I won't get in too much trouble. It's already better than Big Shots. It's already better than Big Shots VR.
It's
So,
definitely
uh,
better than Big
yeah,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
some work to do. There's still some work to do on it, but it's already better than Big Shots. I
Oh, yeah.
had a good time with
Yeah,
it.
and what you're seeing here is, like, pre-alpha. Like, this is we're literally, just getting going with this thing, but, like, literally the entire game can be played in virtual reality with full hand controls, aim down sight, dual wield currently right now, and, it's only gonna get so much better from this point on already, and it already plays so fucking good in VR, and, like, this is what I foresaw. Like, when I was playing this game and hooked on it flat, this is what I foresaw. Like, what I was like, I was just like, man, I wish I was in VR playing this game, man. And now it's happening. It's here, it's happening. Thanks to Elliot and Cabalistic, and some of the other Flat to VR team, that are, the development team that are working on it. They're just killing it, man. And I just love being in some of these meetings, man, and just, being in some of these creative meetings and just figuring out how weapons feel and weapons work. And if you've played this game before, it's all about different weapons and perks, and playing these things, and how it feels and how fast it moves. And, there's a million things that have to go into, us doing, a VR version of a flat game to make it feel like it's supposed to be in VR. And, those are all the thousand things that everybody's working on right now. And yeah, to be in on those creative meetings, as a person who's super passionate about the game and about virtual reality, and seeing these amazing people at work like Elliot and Cab, it's just humbling for me to be able to do that stuff.
Yeah, I could imagine so. Like, you know, I'm fairly separated out from what is happening over at Flat to VR, and you can invite Elliot in anytime he wants to jump in. Um, but anytime that I'm privy to any of this stuff, it feels like we're doing something special, like we're already making an impact on the industry, and it's just gratifying, right? There's a lot of work that goes into it, obviously, a lot of long hours, but it's very gratifying when you see stuff come together like this, and you realize, what we're doing and when the impact that we're making. It's a very gratifying feeling. Um, with that said, who was it in the chat? Someone had played the flat version, and they were talking about the pacing of the game, and that's something I noticed myself as well. Is that it's a super fast paced game. Um, just tons of guns. Like, that was one of the first things that really surprised me about it. Is like, I mean, in a very short play session, like a single run, I probably, what, 10 or 12 guns in a short run of the game, 10 or 12 guns that I had the opportunity to pick up, and they're constantly hitting you with the A/B choices, right? Take this one or take that one. Um, but that was probably the one thing that stuck out to me more than anything, was there's guns galore in this game, and it already feels good dual wielding in VR. Hello, Elliot. Welcome to
Hey,
Strangers
how's
in
it
the Night.
going?
Going pretty well, man. Going pretty well. Just telling people how awesome Roboquest VR is already, and
Yeah,
I think Eric mentioned Cabalistic's working on this. Is that right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Lead developer of Half-Life 2 VR. He did Far Cry, The Dark. Helped with a bunch of other mods.
He's a
Super
rock star.
talented.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Obviously. I mean, looking at this thing, yeah, I mean, I guess the team's kind of just getting started on it, and it's already in a pretty good state. Was just telling Eric that it's already, obviously there's a lot of work left to be done on it, but even in its earliest state, it's already better than Big
Perfect. How
Shots
dare
VR.
you?
Huh?
It's
I
perfect.
didn't.
How dare you?
Oh yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, it's launching tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Surprise.
Yeah.
Uh, no, it's already really good. I was um, I was kind of surprised. Like I was a little worried at first because it seems for a minute like it's going to be easy. But what, 10 minutes in and the thing like ramps up in a pretty big way?
Yeah, I mean that's the whole part of this game is it does like it's a roguelite, right? So it's meant to kind of run you through the run where you kind of like start off, you got to get a couple perks, you try and find a weapon that you're really kind of, going good with, and then literally like a couple of like levels in, then you're like it's just like a million enemies all over the place, and like you're literally having to almost spin around, 360 in your environment to take them all out. And then, before you know it, you're at your first boss, and then things are really starting to hit the fan. And then it's like any good roguelite. It's all about like what you pick, what perks you're going to pick, because you're going to
Hmm.
get some choices of perks in a run, what weapons you decide to go with, and what weapons you can find along the way that are going to kind of help you through. And I mean, yeah, I mean, it gets
You're
crazy.
talking about there's lots of weapons. So there's like 50, 60 weapons or so. And then each of those has probably thousands of combinations because it's like this
That
version
yes,
of it shoots acid and then it has this multiplier effect and this like other ability. And then
exactly.
what's crazy is that all of those stats then get multiplied by a ton of other ways because like as you're going, you get these perks that like stack on top of each other in pretty crazy ways. So like one instead of just fire, it's like 10 fireballs, but then you amplify it and then get another ability that makes the fireballs explode. So now you have like 10 exploding things, and it just like kind of combines to something that's crazy near the end. Like if you make it far, it feels really satisfying because like you earned it in your combo of perks that you chose, as a winning combo. Um,
And
and if you don't, there's that man when you
let me do it
finish, you're
again.
like, okay, one more time. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
what we talk about, like depth of games, right? Like, there are other roguelites in VR, but like, there's nothing like having a full blown console PC game that has the depth of this. Like, I don't think I've ever seen another game, definitely not a VR game anyway, that has the depth of something like this, and that's what you usually get off of a PC and a console game that maybe we lack a little bit in VR, where we're always like, it's a great game, but maybe it's not as deep as I want it to be, or it feels a little bit shallow, or it feels like it's half of a normal game. And like that's what we want to be able to do. Like we like the whole idea is to bring the entire game, and like the game is already here, we just have to bring it over, and having the depth of all those weapons like that, it's going to be phenomenal.
yeah,
It's
and
awesome, except for Cab was like, "How many weapons are there?" the first time.
Yeah, how many combinations are there? Yeah.
so are you?
Because reloading and today, actually, Cab just posted an update. We were playing with it earlier. It's the bow and arrow. So you actually, ding,
So
like, and for some reason, the bow and arrow is so perfect in VR. Like, that's
Yeah,
such a great mechanic. Um, but yeah, that being in the game, there's still a lot of like balancing where I think we still had the animation play, so or like this time requirement where if you held the trigger, it shoots at a certain pace, but like if you can go quick, is there a delay? How do you tell the user, it's not quite ready yet without like feeling frustrated or it just doesn't work? That doesn't feel too good. So there's a lot of stuff like that kind of
right.
going through
And that
experimentation. But
that's a lot of what we're dealing with when we're talking about doing VR adaptations, right? Optimizing for VR is really pretty much just the first steps, right? There's so many other little things that have to be tuned in and modified to take a flat game and make it into a fully polished out VR experience that you can sell to people. Um, and speaking of which, I didn't know how far in that we actually were on RoboQuest because everyone has been, around the office has been talking about Trombone Champ like constantly. That's all we hear about all day, every day, and people are really excited about the finished product as we get closer to the finish line with Trombone Champ, and obviously, um, a lot of work has gone into that from the flat 2D version to the full on 3D version, um, but still staying true, obviously, to the original vision and what made the original game popular. So for people who are Robo Quest fans, obviously I don't think we're going to make as many changes to the base game as we did for a game like Trombone Champ. But how unique and how different do you expect this VR version to be from the regular flat version of RoboQuest?
Question.
That is a good question. One that we're still trying to figure out. Well, so
Right.
one thing that I would love to do, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to do this, but is to allow, it is a co-op game, so like allow us to play with anyone in the world. If you have your buddy on their laptop, you'd be able to play with a flat screen person, and you in VR, and kind of just, I mean, when you have multiplayer, any chance to get more players is a huge win, and that's one kind of specialty I think we'll be able to bring with flat VR is like games that, if they do have multiplayer, could tie into much bigger audiences, so you're never looking for a game, but you're still playing in VR. I think that's a cool way to, kind of solve the problem when a smaller game might not have as many players that you need. But anyway, so this one, um, I think we're both looking at kind of from two different directions. One, what would just feel amazing to do in VR, and so um, sometimes when it gets super bullet hell, like I've got a debug setting that like slows down time, and it feels so cool where it's like almost like super hot, and you continue it, and so I want to sneak stuff like that in as maybe modes that you toggle, just
Yeah.
like whatever, as we're play testing it, we're going through, and like this feels awesome to do.
Or
um
even like new power ups. Like you're talking
right.
about, the game has to be rebalanced for VR anyway. Certain things having the limited field of view, certain things aren't going to translate the same as they would on a monitor. So there are unique things like that that maybe could be implemented as a game mechanic to kind of help balance it out. Maybe there's another feature in the game that gives you like this shield, but it's a timed shield because it takes battery, and when the battery runs out, the shield runs out. Like maybe we can play around a little bit with the battery drainage on that. Things like that. Bullet time,
Something,
the
yeah.
length of the shield. You can balance the game without, like, making it tremendously different, just through adding new features and modifying the way that existing features work.
And what a lot of what you're asking here, Wes, is like why we are who we are and what we do, what we do. Like we're not porting games, right? Like we're not just straight porting, RoboQuest over to VR, right? Like
Right.
we're going to make it. We want to stay true to the IP because the gameplay is there, and we want to make sure those fans and the original IP holder, is honored. But we want to make sure it feels good in VR, and if it makes sense to do something in VR, those are the things that we'll try and do. But these are meetings and things that are talked about constantly throughout the process. I mean, we have
Mhm.
creative meetings, several times a week on whatever title it would be, and these are like discussions that we're having right now, are discussions that are had all the time, and then you're weighing things, right? You have a lot of smart people, deciding how things work and what you can do to make something special. And then you just got to trust us to make the best decisions, I guess.
Yeah, I'm a fan of options too. Like even
Mm-hmm.
RoboQuest, if you're playing with a flat player, like it's okay, set it a bunch of rules. It's not a competitive game. So like if you're connecting with your friend, just set like a certain rule, maybe set that works for both. But then if you want to play VR, maybe you have that option for some of the other stuff that we've been playing with. I think Trombone Champs is a good example. Actually, we have a lot of songs have 3 different difficulty tiers,
Mm-hmm.
and the base game only has one. It's just the standard, and some songs are impossibly hard, and just people don't play those. And so what we try to do is kind of um, leverage our experience in mapping from like Beat Saber days, and what's fun to have some different levels, and you help people get better by giving them ones that are closer to their level. But some of those I actually think are more fun than the main ones, because as we were remapping them, really added some movements that are extra fun in VR. And so yeah, I think sometimes you have options. So like you can play the full exact what was in the base game, and then our VR modified version, which is just a fun extra way of playing that I think sometimes is my favorite way. But yeah,
I love it.
so we'll see. We'll see.
We're
There's a
essentially
lot.
doing what all of those flat developers and studio heads and platform holders have said for years couldn't be done, right? Like our game just wouldn't work in VR. This is what they all say. And we're proof positive that, a little bit of work has to be put into it, but it can if you can just use your imagination and you have talented developers with experience in VR. It absolutely most games can work in VR, and not only can they work, but they're even better in VR. So I love it. It feels like we're winning these battles all the time.
It's so
Mhm.
crazy, like how some games just are. Like, I mean, I've been saying this to a lot of people for the last few days. Like, Trombone Champ, like, is just a better game for me in virtual reality. Like, it's a great game, flat, and it's loved by a ton of people. But like, I think if you had the choice, you're gonna want to play it in VR, just because it makes more sense and it feels so
Our
freaking good, man.
office, our office is hooked on it, man. People are already getting competitive about that leaderboard. It hasn't even gone live yet, and the leaderboards are all going to get reset. But these
Oh yeah.
people are still, cutthroat going at it, trying
Forget
to
No,
about
trying
forget
to.
about our office here at this B&B that we're staying at. Like literally, like Jasmine and Elliot and I basically stayed up until like 1 in the morning one night trying to beat each other's scores. Like at one point, we're during the day. Jasmine's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to my room. I've got some work I've got to do," and I followed her into her room, and I got
well, we
video.
hear this like giggling and coming from it. So like we just went in the room, but like
Yeah,
she
like
was
what's
over
going
there
on?
like, come on, beat
Yeah,
Eric's score.
she's like in there trying to beat scores and stuff like
Uh,
but it's just it's addictive. The game, like it's got me hooked completely. As much Robo Quest as we've been playing here, I think I'm still probably playing more Trombone Champ right now than anything else.
hmm.
Well, we're getting down to like crunch time on Trombone Champ. It's coming out very very soon. People stay tuned. There's lots more to come in the coming weeks on this as we prepare to launch this thing. But it's exciting times. But not to get too far off the beaten path from RoboQuest, we were talking a lot about, just how many choices you have with the weapons, and there's all these modifiers for each one, literally thousands of different combinations when it's all said and done. One of the things I didn't get a chance to play with was the crafting. So when you're playing through each run, you're collecting like these wrenches, and then after you die, like any good roguelite, there's a place that you can go and kind of build and craft things in the lobby before you do your next run. Are you crafting weapons there, or is it something else that you've got going on there? Because I didn't have a chance to play with that at all.
Yeah, it's not really crafting as much as it is like unlocking new
Unlocking.
perks that stay with you. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it
it's
does
like
change your current. It doesn't like so you're not making new weapons, but it just change. You can
yeah,
alter the
yeah,
weapons that
yeah. So it's
you've
like
already unlocked. Yeah.
15% more damage on all weapons, or or to fire damage, or to something.
Faster reload or
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
What you can do though, Wes, which we really didn't even touch on, is there's four different character six different character classes. I think there's 4 or 6 different character
No,
classes.
it's more than 4.
Yeah,
No,
I think it's six.
maybe it is
I
now.
think there's 6 different character classes that you can choose from that alter your run and how you play the game, because there's different abilities that each character has, so even that has depth to it, like so when you're unlocking, and also the more you use a particular weapon, you actually level that weapon up, so it'll actually become a more powerful weapon for you,
That's
so
cool.
there's going on in this game.
I didn't cheat, by the way. Like I did before I even started playing. I went around to all of the little booths in the home area, and looked at them. And obviously, there's dev tools in there that allow you to kind of play with that stuff a little. I didn't mess with any of it. I wanted the street experience,
Well,
um,
there you go.
but I did see that there was a lot of room for customization in there, just before you even get into any of the runs, which is great. Looked very good. Just so you know, I did play this on my PlayStation VR2 headset. I
Oh,
didn't play it
nice.
on Quest,
That's
and
awesome.
it worked. Yeah, it worked well. Looked beautiful, super bright, crisp. The haptics felt great in the controllers. I was kind of impressed that you guys had that stuff in there already, but it was all already working quite well. I had a good time with it in general. And again, it's early days. I can tell it's early days, but I can tell this is going to be a popular game when it does finally make its way to the store because it's already very, very addictive, fast paced, and addictive. And are
Like
the
certainly yeah, those robots all have like one has a grappling hook, so it like completely changes the way you play swinging through the level and shooting versus more like a sniper,
God, I
which
can only imagine
like
how that's going to be.
you can yeah, yeah.
And the movement's great too. Like, so, if you don't have the grappling, you get a double jump right off the bat. Like, you get that jump, and then you can hit the jump, the jump part again, get the extra boost to get the different levels. And there's a slide also. So, currently the
The
way that would happen,
rails.
yeah, you can slide
Oh,
the
the
rails, but
slide. Yeah.
there's a slide mechanic anyway where you can slide anywhere, where you can kind of like slide left, right, forward, backwards to kind of dodge enemies as you're coming in, which it feels so good in VR to do it that way. But yeah, then Elliot, what Elliot's saying, there's actually, I think it was Cabalistic who cut your power because we were starting to make more
Yeah.
more list of shit for him to do.
Cancel, cancel.
There you go.
What am I
Now I see you
doing?
back.
Are we back? All right,
Yep.
good. My my browser's not cooperating. I think we're back on the air, but I want to get my
Tony Savino says everyone say trombone champ and it'll fix it.
trombone champ. So
Trom-
Cab, you think Cab will sabotage my router? That's what's up.
oh God, yeah. Yeah, he was like, he heard Elliot talking about like how we're gonna have him be able to walk around and grab all the enemy robots when they're dead and throw them,
He's like,
use them
no,
as
no, we
shields
gotta
and throw
stop
them
this
around.
now.
He's like, I'm not having
Hacking
that.
in.
Well, I
I'm not
mean, that's
having that.
something else too that I didn't play around with a whole lot, but it isn't just shooting, right? There are a lot of like melee attacks and melee weapons that you can pick up along the way as well. And just like the guns, they all have their own like abilities and augments and things that make them all very unique as well, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, you get these power gloves at one point you can get, and like literally you're going to be able to punch, and like just, use that slide mechanic or the jump mechanic to slide up to an enemy and just pound them and like, knock them across the room. And then like, and they do get stunned too, right? Like that's the whole idea. Like a lot of it is you can stun with one shot, go hit another enemy, and then come back to the stunned enemy before it really becomes, able to shoot again. So a lot of it is, flying around and doing that because they're going to get harder to kill as you go. So it's not going to be a one hit kill anymore, or a 2 or 3 hit kill. You really have to like kind of work your way around the level, and they get to be a lot of enemies on screen at one time. So
Yeah,
um,
that was something that I noticed like really early on, and good variety too. Like the way it works, you kind of work your way through these areas, right? Like there's an area that has a few enemies, you make it into another area that has even more, and then another one that'll have like a bigger enemy in it that has a different type of weapon. Some of them have like tractor beams that'll grab you and pull you in. Other ones have like stun beams. Just a wide variety of things going on. You know, airborne enemies, enemies on the ground. Some of them are stationary. Just again, this was all stuff that I saw very early on in the game in my very first run. Um, I can only imagine how much crazier it's going to get. Are the levels
Kind
are
of
the
like
levels
chapters.
are the
Go ahead.
maps like bespoke, or do they shuffle the map up every time you go in on a run?
Yeah, it's procedural.
So it's
So
all
it does.
procedural. Okay,
Yeah.
yep.
cool,
But
cool.
each
So no,
level kind of, it's going to be kind of this theme and these type of enemies at the first one. And so,
right.
like it goes through, I think, 7, and then there's a boss, which those are great. Those are so much fun.
They're so big. I mean, like when you get that perspective of like, you have these gigantic bosses, and they're like, they're all different, and it's just like any game that you love growing up. Like they have patterns, and you got to figure out their enemy patterns, and
Hmm.
they're tough to kill and they're hard to beat. The earlier ones are easier, but as you get later in the game, they get super hard to beat, and there's 3 levels of difficulty, right? 3 or
No, there's like
4. Is
6
there
or
more than that?
something.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even a level where you can just do like like an adventure mode where
It's called adventure mode, but that's the one that we're still dying on.
I know. How are we still dying on adventure mode? I mean, normal mode is kick ass. I mean, normal mode would kick your ass. So
That's
it's
what I
made
played
so
on.
that you keep on going, then you get a little more powerful, stuff.
yeah.
I think the bosses. So like, there's the mole guy.
Oh.
He comes like coming out of the ground, and like you run beside him, and then like pull down the back of his switch, and then it like stuns him for a bit, and then you can start like just shooting his eyeball. But like that, like running over and pulling down the switch mechanic, I'm like, this was designed for VR. Like, who made this? Like, I can't imagine just doing that with a button press.
And there's so many games out there that are like this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's just games that you automatically feel it when you play them. You're like, God damn it, why didn't they make this in VR? Or like, or why isn't there a VR game like this? And like, there's so many to do. Like, literally,
It seems
we spotlight them all the time. We're like, let's go talk to these people and figure this out.
it's the natural evolution of 3D gaming. Like the Mario 64 and that era of games started something new, and this is the natural evolution of that. Like, if you're going to have 3D gaming and 3D digital spaces, it only makes sense for the next step to be put the player in those spaces and let them use their own hands and their own eyes to traverse the levels and manipulate the worlds. I mean, we're all very obviously, we all know that, and we all love it, and that's why we do what we do, right? Anyways, thanks guys for giving me a sneak peek and stopping by to let the viewers behind the curtain a little bit. I would ask you a few more questions about it, but I'm sure that there's no answers for it, and I don't want to put you on the spot. I'll just tell people to stay tuned for more. And
ass. She'd be like,
it's releasing on.
As we comes over and grabs Elliot out of the that's probably best not to ask those questions.
Yeah, I'll just say this: just having a peek at the behind the scenes roadmap and what's planned over the next 2 years, it's pretty unbelievable. Like, it's pretty unbelievable what we've got in store for people.
We were
so
talking
again,
about with flat VR, and when I was like, and we talked about is just like make the thing that you wish existed.
Right.
And I was like, that's literally, we're just like, this is stuff I would dream to do, and done right, with amazing VR mechanics, and make it feel like it was always meant for VR. And like, yeah, that's all we're doing. It's just doing like the things that we wish were made. Like,
gamers making games, right? Like, I mean,
I think that's why people.
Elliot started this whole thing because he wanted to play Subnautica in VR. I mean, that's how you started. That was your first one, right? Like,
well, that's so amazing about modders. I think so many developers actually have come from the modding, but I think it makes for good developers, because as people play, they're like, why was that decision? I think it could have been tweaked this way for a little bit better. And you get in, and then you learn how to make sense of code that like it's somebody else's, so you can give you the ability to jump in and do specific things really well. It teaches a lot of skills, I think, that make for some good developers, especially when it comes to porting
Right.
VR games.
It's why so many people have so much faith in Flat to VR Studios as a brand, because they know that at heart we are VR gamers. And I think people know that we would never release something that's half baked or not as good as it possibly could be, because we understand what gamers want, because we are gamers, and we have the people that know how to do it because they've been doing it for free behind the scenes for a decade, right? So we're capable. We know what players want, and I think that that's the reason why people were so excited for the mission and vision that we've got going on over here. Where can people follow along, Elliot?
You said they don't release it till it's as good as it can be, and I'm looking at my like to-do list. That's all moved to post-launch stuff, but it's as good as it needs to be on with a game like Trombone Champ. I think there's all kinds of features that would be fun, and maybe some of it will include new music too and other updates. And I think that's as part of dreaming huge like we always do. And so
Right.
yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of room to do something amazing, and then maybe we
Of
make like
course.
RoboQuest its own VR class, that's all just mechanics that feel amazing in VR or something, we'll see. That's part of
Well,
the
that goes
fun.
without saying. Obviously, the technology changes so quickly. What's possible a year from now is going to be vastly different from what's possible now. And we can't just keep things in development hell for years. We have to release them at some point and then improve them post launch. But I'm talking about in general, like a certain level of quality when things
Yeah,
hit the
Yeah.
store. You know, when you get these studios that aren't very experienced in developing for VR, and game after game after game gets launched, and they always default to click turning, and there's no smooth turn mode, and teleport, all of these things that just keep happening, and people go, why people, I don't think people are really so worried about us getting that stuff right. Well, obviously we're going to we're catering to VR gamers and not trying to nerf things for noobs, I think is a good way to put it.
mm,
Um,
Or noobs.
anyways, Elliot, where can people follow? What's the best way for people to follow along if they want to keep up to date with the latest on the studio and what's going on?
yeah. Our website, social media, the Flat VR Studios, is going to be all the official stuff we do with the studio, and then Flat VR if you're interested in also community modding and other cool things that's happening just in the VR conversion space. Just at Flat to VR on Twitter is the main, our Discord, and we are gonna do little spoiler alert, a special kind of like fans of Flat to VR Studios Discord where we'll be giving early access to some of the games we're working on,
Oh my
and
God,
we'll be
Jasmine's gonna kick your ass.
no.
No, I'm
Hey.
just kidding.
We
I
gotta have testers, right? So somebody has to test these games
Yeah,
out,
totally. No,
right?
and we've got a great testing community, but still, just as fans of the community, um, getting early access. Like, I can't wait to show some people what we're working on, and so we'll kind of
Yeah.
select testers from there too, if you want to help us.
Follow us everywhere, and then you'll
Yeah,
maybe have a chance to be one of those people that can get in and be playing RoboQuest right now, maybe.
Yeah. So we're active on most major socials. Twitter is a good one. Obviously, Discord is a great one. And then that's flat2vrstudios.com if you want to go to the website and follow along from there.
Yeah, and I think it was a good point that Elliot made too. Is like, so Flat to VR, the modding community is still super active. Like, and
Mhm.
there's still going to be tons of mods and people modding over there. So, if you're not actively over there, you should be too. And Elliot's super active over there. And if you see, posts from Flat to VR, and normally that's Elliot too. So, that's, even though it's not quite the same thing, it's still the
yeah,
root of all this, and there's still being a lot of stuff going on over there, and they've all been a huge supporter of what we're doing too. So
On
and
that note,
really like all flat VR or like all flat screen games porting to VR. We do cover pretty much everything that's happened in that space. Really want to
mm,
encourage as much as it can. If it's not us, then other
yeah,
people,
we
making
root
it happen.
we root
Bug,
for everybody. Like,
yeah,
yeah, seriously.
Bug Snacks is a game that was like requested quite a bit. That's the only reason I knew of it, but
Hmm.
it looks super fun, like a kind of a Pokemon meets
my
farming.
son loves Bug Snacks. Like
Oh,
he's
Oh,
really?
really?
played
Nice.
What
through it
did you hear
twice,
the
I
news?
think.
The official
No, I
VR port?
no
Yeah,
no, I
on
didn't hear
Steam.
anything about it.
Yeah, a
So they're
full
doing
VR
an
mode.
official VR mode on Steam.
It's live right now. Yeah.
Oh, it's live
Yeah,
now. Holy
Yep.
crap!
yeah, in
I
early
had no
access,
idea.
and it's free. Yeah, and so, like, Elliot shared it out today just to say, hey, it's out there. And that's
Wow.
the stuff that we want to support anywhere there is. If a company's doing a VR version of a game and it's not us, we're just as happy. As long as they're doing a good job with it, we're as happy as for them as anybody else. So, like, we want to be doing a lot of this stuff, but I mean, if it's not us doing it, we're just happy somebody's doing it, which is awesome.
Yeah, of course. And
Yeah.
we're lucky that it's still that's very much the atmosphere in the VR community right now. Everybody's still, for the most part, trying to help one another succeed. We're all still trying to help in the spirit of making the technology and the platform in general a success. And then when we get there, then everyone can start cutting each other's throats and backstabbing at that point. But we're not there
Yeah,
yet, thankfully.
we haven't even scratched the surface. The VR space is so huge, so much potential, and the idea of like you're gonna take the same pool of people. There are a lot of VR players out there, like that um, just want to see amazing games come to VR, and we're helping from this side, and like arguably just as important or more is like those amazing made for um ground up games, like what is it, the vacation simulator devs made that
Oh yeah,
one. Like that is super fun. Have you played that, Wes?
yeah, the new one from
Oh, the
from
like the latest one that they just announced. No, I haven't played that yet.
Yeah, just stuff like that that like couldn't exist in a flat screen game
Mhm.
is just amazing too. But anyway,
Before we go,
yep.
or before you go, before we go, because we're going to jump into, I think, um, escaping Wonderland. I think
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
going to
we're
talk
gonna
about
talk a
that.
little bit about Escaping Wonderland. That's right.
But before we go to that, tell everybody how good Silent Hill is in UEVR. Like I was working all day and I had to watch Elliot playing it. I wanted to get over there and play it, but I
Yeah,
was stuck here at the computer. But you were into it. Like, tell
it's
everybody how great it
crazy.
is.
Like it's I didn't get too far, but like in first person, walking through that forest feels so good. Like the
It
atmosphere, the
looks
fog.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
yeah, it looks pretty incredible. Hard game to run. So my
Mm.
4090 sounded like 4090 laptop was like
Yeah.
hovering off the ground a little bit. I was dancing,
You can see
but
like a heat layer of like a heat bloom coming off of it.
but to get in there, like super immersive. Just
Did you
that
run
whole
a
world. You could squint
did
your eyes and feel like you're in a real place.
yeah, it looks like one of those. Just
Yeah.
the footage I watched today. Did you run a profile on it or did you just tweak it yourself to get it
Yeah,
into?
someone did make one that has motion controls. I think Beardo did a great video this morning. It was like jumped in without a profile. It works quite well, but like the first person with motion controls is pretty awesome. There's like
Let
a
me ask you
toggle to
something
third
before
person.
we before we let you go. Uh, I haven't had a chance to try out the last two or three iterations of Luke Ross's Real VR mod. And just reading the posts that he's putting out on this thing makes it he's making it sound like he made a significant breakthrough with regard to performance. And if I understand it correctly, a lot of it is has to do with tweaking the way the game renders out field of view,
Mm,
and cutting some of the fat and some of the waste, the way the flat game would do it, and making that more um, tailored to what a VR game does. One,
yeah.
have you tried this out yet? And is it as good as he says it is? And two, do you think that there are things, concepts at play there that can maybe be in the future implemented into the UEVR toolbox if it isn't already there, um, to make it even run even better?
Yeah. So first, it does help a bit with the performance. So like if you this isn't really an issue with an Unreal Engine or Unity game where the VR mode specifically does these cropping of horizontal and vertical field of view to like maximize performance, so you're not rendering extra stuff. But one thing that can be very like buggy if you go from an engine that uses kind of a fixed horizontal vertical field of view. um, that's the one thing that typically modders don't do. They get a normal um, resolution so that the field of view maps so that like warping isn't happening, but to kind of crop a little bit more to what you're eye as you are rendering a little bit farther. Um, I have not gotten a chance to try his mod, but I think it does sound like there's what was it like 20 or 30% maybe
Yeah, no,
improvement just
well,
by optimizing that
so
process.
so the most recent message from him, I know this was yesterday or the day before. He put out a message saying that now this optimization works on the entire library of games that are supported. So it was only for a few games at first. Now this is supported for all games. And what he said was that if you have a strong PC, like I would assume a 4090 PC, that for most of these games, they look just as good in the headset as they do on a monitor. That's
All
difficult
right.
to
I'll,
believe.
I'll
Those
have
are
to open
big
one
He's gonna
tonight.
go.
words.
He's gonna go try it right now.
You go play Wonderland. Let me see if that's actually true. No,
Yeah, that's what he said.
that
That's what,
like I think it's just maybe 20 or 30% faster. So I'm curious if that's the case. Typically, what is an issue um, with a lot of like just it sounds like such a simple thing, like why don't you just crop it? Then you're not doing it, but it's really
yeah,
complicated with all the things that break when you do that. Like
Mhm.
um a lot of stuff is being rendered to that like field of
right.
view and I think what is it like just all the even um analyzing techniques break and so I'm I would love to hear more like if he did a write-up of how he's doing it more
How he's doing
universally.
it, right? Yeah.
I think Grey Dog did mention he played a little bit, but like to do it on a universal level is hard. Yeah, I have to remember that conversation. Go
Yeah.
back somewhere in Discord. But yeah, that'd be awesome if more of those games, like were
Yeah.
doable
Oh
on
my god.
hardware. Because one of my favorite all-time VR experiences is Cyberpunk, and even without motion controls, it's such a story base. If you
Yeah.
just get on a super comfy chair and
Mhm.
that like swivels, but like you're just
Mhm.
in this world and you kind of forget about your limbs a little bit with, just like, being in this world. So it's amazing how that still made it to one of my like best experiences even without motion controls.
Mm.
But yeah, if there's anything, because even on my 4090, like still not quite happy with the frame
No.
rate. So like if there's
Yeah.
anything to help that, just
It's
even
it's
20 30.
such a struggle for me, because I could, like, if I really wanted to, I could upgrade. I could get a 4090 right now. But if I do that, I won't be getting a 5 series. Like if
Yeah,
those come out next year, I'll be
yeah.
locked out from that.
Yeah.
It's so hard for me to be patient here because I'm running
Well, I mean,
a
you're sitting
3080
on a what?
Ti,
You're on
and
3080
like
Ti.
for example, I wasn't able to do what was it, Hellblade 2. I would look forward to doing that game in UEVR for so long,
Mhm.
and it was a slideshow on my
Um,
3080 Ti. I couldn't get it to run at all. So it's hard. It's hard for me not to take the bait. But that's where I'm at
be
right now.
patient.
I think I want to wait because even games like Silent Hill, like you said, like your 4090 is struggling with it. I want to be able to run that game on medium to high settings and play it in VR.
Were you
Um,
playing it on low settings on your 4090 laptop?
Yeah, so it was a 4090 laptop, so that's like 3080 Ti speeds, I think.
Okay.
But or 3070 even.
Probably 30. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly not 4090 just with the power limits on it, but um yeah, I was doing a steady I had it on 120 hertz from before, but it at least was a very like smooth solid 60, and so that was ASW to 120, and so that was super smooth. But yeah, I mean it wasn't the full 90. I'd have to play with that more,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know. It's I'd probably wait still. Like you
yeah,
can do
yeah.
it.
We're so
Because
close, right? We're so
yeah,
close.
once that comes out, you're like, oh man,
Mm.
and hopefully that jump will be able to even play some of the games that struggle even now in my 4090. Like if you want the type of frame rate you expect from normal native VR games, getting like 90 all native frames.
Well, it doesn't need to be all native. I just need it to have the illusion of smoothness most of the time. And there are certain games that just don't right now. Um,
Yeah.
Obviously, I could, if I had time, I could put a lot of time into optimizing, and there's a lot of tools in UEVR that can really help your performance a lot if you have the time to tweak it out and get everything just perfect. I just don't have time for that. I need to be able to boot up a game and within
That
5 to 10
cool
minutes be playing it.
where that you go to just doesn't give you any time.
Um, anyways, I could sit and talk about this stuff with you all night. I don't want to eat up any more of your time. Thank you for stopping by, and thanks for sharing
Yeah.
this sneak peek with us. Everyone, again, flat2vrstudios.com, flat2vr on all major social media platforms. Elliot Tate, thank you. Have a good night, sir.
Thanks, man.
See ya. Been fun.
Yep. Yep. All right, Eric.
Oh, he just said make sure you go pre-order Trombone Champ on Quest.
Does it have to be on Quest? You can order it on. You can. You
No,
can.
you can pre-order it on Quest. You can wish list it on Steam.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
Indeed,
you can
you
pre-order
can.
it on Quest. Yep.
So yeah, go do that. Go pre-order it, everyone, right now.
Yep.
Is there a
And it's
pre-order?
and the PlayStation page is up as well. PlayStation
Is
VR
there
TV.
a pre-order discount on? I'm sure there is, right?
There's no pre-order discount, but there may be
Oh,
something.
it's only like a $15 game anyway, right? Or 15 or 20
$14.99, yeah.
bucks. Yeah.
$14.99, but there may be if you pre-order, there may be something. There may be something. Pre-order.
Maybe
You should
something.
pre-order. I'll just say
Yeah.
and we'll talk about that later, but all I'll say is you should pre-order.
Pre-order. There's going to be cool stuff. Anyways, let's move along to our next topic at hand, and that is Escaping Wonderland. This game from Cortopia Studios, being brought by way of Beyond Frames Entertainment, is the follow up to the widely underappreciated Down the Rabbit Hole, which was one of our favorite story driven puzzle games from the earlier VR generation. Super excited, Eric, from the moment that this thing got announced. And I do want to shout out Beyond Frames for providing us with review access to this title. So, pretty straightforward here, man. When I saw the reveal trailer for this, it looked like, a proper sequel to Down the Rabbit Hole. It looked like you're going to be getting a lot more of what they offered up in that initial game. But with the production level coming up a notch. And I'm happy to say, having played this for about an hour and a half, that certainly seems to be the case. It's very much in line with the original Down the Rabbit Hole and how it plays. But the production level here is just superb, right? It's almost like a like a Disney experience back from the glory days of Disney. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the perfect way to put it. Like, you're going to feel very much at home in this game if you were a Down the Rabbit Hole fan, because Escaping Wonderland is definitely along those exact same lines. What it's not exactly like a part two to that in any way, but it's a standalone game on its own. You don't need to play one to play the other, but you're going to feel right at home with it, and it's exactly that. It's like that game, but like on Nitro. Like it's everything just looks better. It plays a little bit better. The production again and everything like exactly what you said, like what you're able to do and how you're able to maneuver and move. And then the visuals of what it looks like. Being in that world and being able to peer inside of it is just amazing. Like I don't know, like I love Down the Rabbit Hole, so I wasn't looking for any kind of departure for me from that game. I just wanted more and better and different, maybe some different things, um, and the visuals kind of shocked me a little bit, Wes. And then again, the production value shocked me of how much how bigger it is, and and again, I think you nail it right ahead when you're like Disney level of production. It absolutely feels that way, um, and I absolutely love it, man.
Yeah, beautiful game on standalone, which I think it's only available on standalone on Quest right now. For those of you who aren't familiar, this is a diorama style third person story based puzzle adventure. So basically, you know, the 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 world, the characters, the story is kind of the commodity that they're selling here. The puzzles are at least so far. Again, I haven't played super deep into it. They're not super mind bending or anything. They've been pretty straightforward so far. But for me, it really hasn't been about the puzzles. It's been more about the story and the characters. And that's one of the things that really impressed me the most about it is even like the bystanders that, and you can talk to everybody in the game.
Mhm.
Um, they 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 have a real quality to them that remind you of like maybe looking back at like a Beauty and the Beast cartoon and how all the little things come to life and they have their own like personality. It seems like all the characters in this game have a very distinct personality.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the story here is really where it's at. Like, the way it tells the story, the characters that are in here, the voice acting, Wes, is so freaking good. It just carries you through, and like again, the whole package for me is just amazing. Like you talked about the puzzles. The puzzles, some of the puzzles early on are, they're great puzzles. I mean, they are right on the verge of being, somewhat challenging, but not frustrating in any way. And then they do get really, make you think a little bit more as the farther you go, just like any good, kind of puzzle adventure game. So it does kind of ramp up as you go, but like it's the whole package of the story, the voice acting, the production, the music. It just feels like you're in an epic adventure, and but being able to manipulate the whole universe and grab the roots and still maneuver your, the whole scene around, like you could in Down the Rabbit Hole. It's I don't know, it's the when you get these games, they're like special games. I think they make you feel a certain way in virtual reality, and um, yeah, I mean the how enamored I was when I first found Down the Rabbit Hole is how I felt with Escaping Wonderland.
Yeah, yeah, same here. It doesn't seem as vertical as Down the Rabbit Hole. It
Mhm.
seems like there was a
Yeah.
lot more climbing up and down, which I can appreciate. This is more the levels are more laid out like a corkscrew. Like you're still moving up and down through the thing, but they use a lot more of the horizontal and having you constantly spin around. Um, I was a little bit annoyed at first because they only give you quick turning in the game with the thumbstick. But I got used to it rather quickly because they have a mechanic in the game where if you grab two of the roots at the same time, then you can kind of smooth turn your way around. And I really got um, used to that pretty quickly. And I appreciate it because you can really kind of set your point of view exactly to where you want it to be in each one of these rooms. So, like, if you want to be more level with the characters, you can. If you want to be up and kind of looking down on them a little bit, you can. And that's very helpful, right? Because there's a number of collectibles hidden throughout these levels that kind of gives you a little something extra to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge part of the game, and it was a huge part of the first game with all the little different things that you could find. And, some of the puzzles are, make you find certain things too that are in there. So like it's a big part of it, and it has like a Demio feel to it. I know this, Down the Rabbit Hole, it came out before Demio, so it's but it has that, like if you know Demio and you know that like grabbing the table, moving it around, kind of pulling yourself in and out, like you can get different perspectives. That's exactly what this feels like if you haven't played any of this game or Down the Rabbit Hole. And you need it, like you really need it to find, like Wes said, there's collectibles which are a big part of the game, that you're gonna want to find and collect, and even Wes, just pulling yourself into the map, or into the scene to look at the detail of it, like and look
Yeah.
at certain things that you can see in there was a lot of the fun for me. And and I love the mechanic, that perspective change mechanic of moving yourself kind of like into it and almost getting so at one point you're looking at everything like a diorama, and then all of a sudden you can actually pull yourself right in, so you're actually inside of it, with a completely different perspective, which is it's it's
Yeah,
it's
you
really
can
good.
really pull yourself into it too. Like it
Mhm.
really was much more comfortable than a game like Moss, where like I was doing the same things with Moss, where I was getting up and really putting my nose up to things and appreciating the detail in all of the environments. But to do that in Moss, you got to get out of your chair and really like stick your face in it. You don't have to do that here. You just grab the roots and literally you can clip right through some of this stuff. Like if you want to see what's in the next room before it is revealed, you can like literally stick your head into the next room if you want and see what's in there,
You know
which
who
is
loves
cool.
to grab the roots and stick their face right in it? Elliot.
My mom.
There we go. Yes, she does.
That was our
Um,
first one. It was scaring me a little bit.
yeah. Well, I had one lined up in the last scene, but Elliot was on a roll, and I didn't want to interrupt him just to push it in there. But you know who loves it when you just force it in there?
My mom.
Yes, she does.
Um, we described this as a third person puzzle adventure, but that isn't necessarily true because for a good majority of the puzzles in this game, you actually switch over to first person. And Down the Rabbit Hole was actually one of the first games that kind of did this, where it's the majority of the game is in third person, but when it gets down to it, and you're actually doing something comprehensive, you actually switch off into first person and use your actual hands to solve these puzzles.
It's a great change of perspective, and like gives you, it allows you to do different things, and manipulate puzzles in different ways, and they do it really well. Like Cortopia is really smart with the way they do these things, and they pace it well enough to where you never feel like you're stuck doing everything in one way and like miss the other way. Like I think it's paced perfectly to where you have those elements that are mixed in, to do it right. And I don't know, they did it perfectly with Down the Rabbit Hole. And I haven't played through this entire game yet. I'll say that I played a lot of it, but I have not played through the whole thing yet. But so far, what I have played, I think it was been paced really well with how they do those perspective changes.
Well, I got hooked into it and lost track of time. Um, we were 15 minutes late. Like I delayed the show by 15 minutes tonight. And full disclosure, this game is why, because I got close to the end of a level and got stuck on a puzzle actually for longer than I should have. It was one of those things where the answer was obvious, but I guess it wasn't so obvious because it took me a minute to figure it out. I almost, for the interest of time, press the help button. So anytime there's
So,
that you come to a puzzle, there's a hint button that you can press, and when you press it, three cards will pop up: hit one, hit two, hit three, and I guess you can turn those cards over. I actually pushed the button to get the cards out, and I just couldn't bring myself to turning any of them over. I pushed the button again and put them away, and luckily I figured it out pretty quickly after that. So the puzzles aren't super simple all the time, and obviously, I imagine as you go along further in the game, the more complicated they will be. But it's a very engaging game, and it isn't something that's easy to put down.
great.
Um, let's talk a little bit about the level diversity. So the situation here is, I think you're still the same character from the first Down the Rabbit Hole, but you're a little bit more grown now, and you find yourself back in this Wonderland, but you have no memory of it. So I guess since this was a dream world all along, um, and you're grown now. You've kind of forgotten your previous adventures in this place, and something has happened to kind of cast you back down into this world. You meet an old friend, the Mole Man, who offers to take you on new adventures. You decline his offer. You just want to go home. So he takes you to the machine to send you back to the real world, and you find that the machine has been jacked up. Someone has broken in, stolen important and powerful parts from the machine, and that's basically the structure of the game. Is you have to go to the different worlds and retrieve these parts to the machine so you can reassemble it and go back home. The way the game's structured out is that machine is kind of the hub world that you work from, and then there's an elevator in there, and you can literally go to different parts of the whole to play through the levels and get these parts. But again, I haven't gone super deep into it, but a good variety here, as you would expect when you're going to Wonderland. One level very different from the last. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, and I just will touch on too before I get into levels, but yeah, it's very diverse. But what you're talking about, the story there, and how you kind of gave some of that background, um, it's there's a lot of going on behind the scenes here. Like, there's a lot of like emotional, like, so this isn't just like a super happy, shallow story. Like, there's a lot going on with
And you
the
craft it.
character. Right. You change it depending on your decisions you make and how you answer questions.
Right.
Um, yeah, so there's a lot going on here, like emotional, mental, different things that are happening, like between whatever the real world is and whatever this, escaping Wonderland world is. So, if you're a person looking for something more, and like, like a lot of times, like what Wes is looking for, like depth and meaning, and like different uh, I don't know, emotions, you're going to find it here, because it's not just a puzzle game that doesn't have depth. There's a lot to it here. But to get back to what you're saying with the levels, it's crazy. Like, I thought Down the Rabbit Hole was really good, the way they kind of progressed that game. And this is like double what I thought that was. Like, the amount of different levels here and the way you progress yourself through, it's crazy. And like, you get into the environment and you're like, wow, this is pretty cool. And then you move to another one right after that and you're like, wow, this is like even crazier than I thought it was. So um I don't know. I'll say it again. Cortopia Studios just knows how to do these things with this type of game, and they're so good at it.
Yeah. Surreal, right? Like you would expect any Wonderland game to be. It's a very dreamlike environment that you're in, and the craziest things and the craziest characters going on. And it's
Yeah.
something I've railed on about for years. How there's not enough of it in VR. These surreal scenarios and worlds. But it seems like finally the studios are catching on here a little bit, and we're getting more and more with games like this. Metamorphosis VR, which I just got the key for a couple of days ago. I'm looking forward to checking that one out. Um,
Hmm.
the one that Moonhood and Fast Travel just debuted at State of Play the other day. I'm trying to the Midnight Walk, I think it's called. Did
Yeah,
you see the Midnight Walk?
I did.
The,
I saw the trailer for it.
it looks crazy, doesn't it?
Looks good.
Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, it seems
And
like finally the
Metamorphosis looks great too, by the way. Like, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one too, by Black Rock Studios, I think. But
yeah,
that looks
something like
good too.
Yeah, yeah, we'll be covering that as soon as the embargo will allow it, and I think it comes out in a few days. So maybe I'll talk about that later in the week. Um, by the way, while we're on the topic of later in the week, um, I was originally planning on doing Game of the Month tomorrow, but Eric's traveling tomorrow, and I don't want to do Game of the Month by myself if I don't have to. So we're probably going to do Game of the Month this weekend, and that'll either be Saturday night or it'll be Sunday next week. We are going to be doing Game of the Month, but we're not going to be doing it tomorrow. So if I do anything tomorrow, or if I do anything this week, it's probably going to be gameplay streams. It's spooky month. I have lots of scary
Mm.
stuff to play. So I think until we do game of the month, I think I'm just going to stream gameplay, and I might do 2 or 3 even streams this week if I get time, just to start knocking some of these horror games out. And then maybe we'll do Metamorphosis when it launches here in a couple of days. Maybe we'll do that one then. Anyway, I think these studios are catching up finally with the whole surrealism and VR thing, which I couldn't be happier about. Before we move on from this, though, I do want to go back and touch a little bit more on the storytelling, because what you were saying a moment ago is absolutely true. Um, so they give you choices here, right? Um, and what direction you want the story to go, and not so much in what happens in the story, but they let you develop your character into what you want your character to be, what your character's personality is, what their mood is, um, and from that, the story kind of gets molded to your character's personality that you're developing. Um, None of it's particularly happy. It's all pretty serious stuff, at least so far. Um, but what Eric was saying is that there's meaning to the stories, um, and that's true. And it's a very it reminded me of the way things used to be, Eric, when we would be told these stories, these fairy tales. At the end of the fairy tale, there was always a moral to the story. So not only was it an interesting, engaging story, but there was always a message and a meaning to be taken from it. The levels of this game are very much the same way. You play through the level, you advance the story, but by the time you get to the end of the level and move on, the game reveals to you what the moral of the story is, which I think is great because obviously they're mimicking the old formula for a fairy tale. And it's great to see that even in today's age where this kind of art form has been lost, um, that there are people out there that still remember it and are, faithfully reproducing it in 2024.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
yeah,
it would have been
you're right.
easy for them, right? It probably would have been easier for Cotopia just to, not worry about story. They probably could have just done the puzzle adventure game and been fine and not, kept it pretty superficial. But I mean, they put a lot of thought into it, like, and a lot of the moral things that you're talking about are in there, and like again the surreal aspects of life and emotion and psychosis almost, I would say, or psychotherapy. Um, a lot of those things are mixed in here, and it's deeper than what you might think it would be, but not in a bad way. Like it's still enough to keep you, see that there's something there, but it's not like it's not overpowering or overbearing in any way.
No, it's good. Again, it fits into my childhood. This feels like something I could take to like 7, 8 year old Wes,
Yeah.
and I would just love this. I love it now, and I would have loved it then, and any time in between. Um, so yeah, 2 thumbs up here from me. I'm sure the same from Eric. I don't know what the price is on this. I'm sure it's somewhere between 20 to 30 bucks.
Let's take a
Um,
look. Let's see if I can
yeah,
find it real
let's,
quick.
let's let's find out. Yeah. Doo-doo-doo.
1999.
299. Yeah, all day long. 1999 for this.
Definitely.
Yeah, if you like these third person story adventures or puzzle adventures, this one's exceptionally high quality. If you like down the rabbit hole, it's a no brainer, because it's more of the same. It's just more polished, better done, larger production, and a slightly longer and larger game in terms of scope. So it's excellent. The first one was excellent. This one's even better. At least it seems to be so far. Um, Highly recommend.
Definitely. Shout out to Beyond Frames for doing another kick-ass job here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys. So we are now at the part of the show where I am going to stream some gameplay, although it is going to take me a few minutes here to get everything set up. So if you wouldn't mind hanging out for just a few minutes here, Eric, talking to the people in the chat about whatever you want to talk about, I'm going to get my headset set up and get ready to stream, and I'll be back in 5 to 10, and we're going to finish off what we started with Happyfunland, and I'm finally going to get to see what the second half of this game looks like.
Hell
Um,
yeah.
yeah, looking forward to it. But I'll be right back,
Yep.
everybody, and yeah, we'll see you in a minute.
Cool. So I think what I'll probably do is I'll take some questions from chat on anything to do with Escaping Wonderland, Flat VR Studios, Robo Quest, Trombone Champ, any of the games we're doing. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer those. But in the meantime, until those questions come in, I probably will. Let me talk about MetaConnect a little bit again, because we touched on it a little bit early. We touched on the Quest 3S a little bit, and I kind of talked about this a little bit on my podcast last night. That there's so many misinformed people out there, like on podcasts, or I'm seeing like blog posts or articles, not quite understanding like what this Quest 3S is. I've got so many people like, it's just a Quest 2 that's like rebranded as the Quest 3S, and it's no better or worse than the Quest 2, and it's just misinformed people that don't understand, like, and I think I said last night too, like, whatever you think this new Quest 3S headset is, it's not meant for me or you. Like, if you're watching this podcast right now, you're a power user, most likely. You have a headset already, or maybe you have two headsets, and you probably have a Quest 3. And if you don't have a Quest 3, you probably have a PlayStation VR 2, or another Steam VR headset. But if you are that person that has a Quest 2, or if you are that person who hasn't gotten into virtual reality yet, that's who this headset is for, right? It's for the masses. It's for the amount of people out there that just haven't pulled the trigger on VR yet, or just haven't upgraded yet. That's the entry level headset that this is for. Inferno 9 says that the 3S is more towards Quest 3 than Quest 2. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for me, the upgrade for the Quest 3S is it's a Quest 2, yes, for now, lens wise and weight wise, and but everything else is better. Like, I mean, the pass through is great. You know what I mean? You're going from a Quest 2 that has black and white pass through that's not usable for almost anything, to having complete color pass through that looks fantastic. And then you have the next gen chip in it. It's got the Gen 2 XR2 chip in it, which is a big upgrade. And then it does have, a little bit better resolution on the lenses, which is always nicer. So to me, I mean, that's where you're at, and it's $299, right? I mean, Quest 3 was, when it came out, was almost $600 for most people. So yeah, for me, that's where we are now. Let's see, what else everybody's saying. Typical Kiwi said, I just started playing Down the Rabbit Hole on Quest. I mean, that's a good one to jump into, man. That's a really good one to start with. Down the Rabbit Hole was a great game. I remember Down the Rabbit Hole. It was one of the first games I played where took the headset off, and my wife is not a big VR fan in any way, but I'm like, you need to put this headset on. You need to play this game, and I put her in there, and she stayed for like a long time. Just like kept saying wow, and just had a shocked look on her face. That's the kind of thing you can get from just the cool way they do Down the Rabbit Hole. Inferno 9, $299 is crazy to get into VR with color pass through, and you can use it for PC VR as well. I mean, that's just it. I mean, $299 is such a great entry level. You're gonna get. I think I even said last night again. It's almost to that no-brainer territory. If you're trying to figure out something to buy for somebody who's a gamer, and they already have every console there is, and they already have most of the games that they want to have, what do you go get them for a birthday present or a holiday or Christmas? You know what I mean? And this is something you do. You give them a different way to play their games. And this is the easiest entry you can do it with. And, there's so many games out there now for the Quest. And you're packing it with Batman Arkham Shadow, which is guys, I'm telling you this. I played the demo a couple of times now. It's freaking great. Like it's so good. It's going to make you go that wish that every game could be played like this standalone. That's how good this game is going to be. Um, so yeah, I mean, I just think that 299 Arkham Shadow color pass through. I mean, that is such a good package. Think about somebody like Wes who was just talking. He's got a $50 off already. Batman, Batman's a $50 game. You're going to get that game anyway, right? So, you got a couple of those discounts, man. This thing turns into almost like, again, it's a no-brainer almost. No audio jack. What's the workaround? You know, I think the workaround is probably going to some kind of like, you know, dongled, earbuds. I don't like not having an audio jack, but I can tell you this. I've done the demo on it a couple of times of the Quest 3S. I haven't had like a part of me where I was like, oh, I need to use other audio, right? Like, um, so, and I don't use any other audio on my Quest 3. And I don't feel like like I said, I've used it a few times now and I've demoed in all kinds of different environments, around lots of people where it was loud. And I have not one time been like, oh man, the audio is not good here and I need to go find another audio solution. Not saying that you won't want to, and there's opportunities to do that out there with other things, besides, a 3.5 audio jack. So while I think it's an annoyance, shit, my phone doesn't have a 3.5 audio jack anymore. You know what I mean? You can't find a phone now almost that has an audio jack in it. Everything's almost pretty much Bluetooth now. So, I mean, I think that's where we go. Techno glitch is drinking hard seltzer. Nothing wrong with that, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Cop Dog says, can you see the VR industry becoming much bigger than it is? I see a lot of negativity when I ever see this VR discussed on websites such as IGN. It's so frustrating. VR is weird. It holds a lot of weird issues and problems for people, and there's a bit of enigma around it. I think for a lot of people who haven't gotten into it yet, a lot of it has to do with size and what it looks like when you're wearing it, and people not wanting to change away from their console, sitting on their couch, eating potato chips, gameplay. You know what I mean? And they don't understand the immersion. And there are people that have tried VR that just don't get it, and they're like, "That's not for me." And there'll be other avenues for that, but to me, it's adoption is almost a guarantee. Like I don't see where we go backwards. Like I mean, I just think flat screen gaming is probably something that we'll look back at 10 years from now and go, wow, that was weird that we did that. Just like 8-bit gaming is weird now, or gaming with. I mean, think about gaming 20 years ago with the controllers that we had for like the Atari and like how goofy they were, and some of the weird controllers that we've had over the years. I mean, those are the things that you're like, now you look back now and you're like, nah, it made almost no sense. I kind of think that's the way we're going to look at flat gaming at some point, where it's going to be like, why did I ever play a game like that? But form factor, friction, heat, weight, battery life, all those things have to come together. And like, I think we're getting close. We're getting closer, more than ever before. And once we get to that point, it'll make it easier. It'll make it easier for people who aren't users like us or power users like us to make the leap. And then when they do, they're going to scream for it. And a lot of that has to do with content. A lot of that has to do with like kind of what we're trying to do at Flat VR Studios, and bringing in as many people, into virtual reality through the games that they've known and loved for years, and want to do that in a different way. That's a lot of what we're doing. So to me, I think it's inevitable that we all get there. Let's see. It's because they don't have their legs. Yeah, VR legs problem. Yeah, a lot of people talking about the Bluetooth. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good Bluetooth dongle solutions out there, that I wouldn't really be worried about it anymore. it was inevitable. It was going to happen that we lose the 3.5. Cop Dog says, I love VR, but I just can't understand how anyone who tries it does not fall in love with it. I mean, we're all the same way. I mean, I think I demo stuff to people all the time. Not all the time, but I demo stuff to people, and I'm like, whenever I get somebody who's like, okay, that was cool, but they're not blown away by it, I'm always like mystified, like, wow, what did you just see that I don't understand? But everybody's built a little differently. And maybe that experience that I put them in wasn't the right experience for them, and then there would be another experience that might blow them away. So sometimes it's about more than one demo. But there are going to be some people who are just like, meh, it's not for me. But I don't know a lot of those people. Wes, where are you? I'm running out of things to talk about. Let's see. And I have to go pack. Literally, I have to fly to San Francisco in the morning. Flat to VR, me and Elliot and Jasmine and Skeeva are flying out of here to San Francisco for San Francisco Tech Week to do some cool stuff with Flat to VR. So we're going to be there. I was in San Francisco all week last week for Meta Connect, and now I got to head back there tomorrow for the week. So I got to go Quest. You got to get me out of here and get yourself set up, will you? Typical Kiwi says, I love showing new people VR. I mean, it's one of the things I absolutely love seeing when it does resonate with somebody, and you see that light bulb moment go off when you show them something freaking cool and you put them in a game like Subside, which we've been messing around with a little bit this week here, or Kayak VR, or the new Batman Arkham Shadow.
All right, ladies and gents, I do believe we're back against all odds. We are here. Please let me know that you can hear me, and as soon as you do that, I will explain to you the clusterfuck that has taken place since we last spoke. It looks like we are indeed back online with YouTube, thankfully. Gamepad Behemoth says, sweet. I guess that means that you can hear me. Good. Glad you can hear me. So obviously we crashed when you were all in mid-sentence with Eric. That much is obvious. I did go ahead and cut Eric loose. Told him good night and thanks for joining us. He has an early morning. He's traveling. We let him go. So thanks, Eric, for hanging out, and another good episode. Again, shout out to Elliot Tate for joining as well and making the Robo Quest segment as good as it was. Anyways, I went back into Steam so that I could finish up the gameplay that we started just a few weeks ago. And Steam had lost my save for whatever reason. All of my achievements and stuff are displayed, but the game save, when I tell it to continue, literally just brings me to the front gate of the park. So literally, like hours of gameplay lost. Fine, we'll just switch over to the PlayStation VR on the PlayStation console. So I switch over to PlayStation console, get everything hooked up, get my controllers paired back to this machine. But obviously I'm streaming through my computer, so I need my microphone. So I'll have to look for a minute, but I find my mod mic, which is what I always use, mod mic wireless. I get it hooked up, mounted onto the headset, and wouldn't you know it, my mod mic is dead. And I don't mean the battery's dead. I mean it doesn't work anymore. It's broken. So now I've got the game running on my console. Everything's good there, but no way for you good people to hear me. So I'm literally now, what I've done, just so to make this gameplay stream possible, is I've moved my my gaming chair, my VR chair, right over next to my computer desk, and I literally have my boom mic set up that I use for podcasting pointed at me in my chair over here. I've got the mic volume set up to 200% so that you guys can hear me even though I'm not sitting right on top of the microphone. And we're just going to hope like hell that this works. But if you guys can hear me right now, and you guys can see the game, which I'm pretty sure you can, let me just make sure that everything looks correct in OBS. Yeah, I think everything's working. I think we've got enough here to finish out the stream. So we're going to do this. I might end up bumping my microphone and breaking it off because it's almost like right in front of me here. So hopefully I won't have to fight too violently. But we're going to finally put this damn game to bed. And I'm going to get to see the second half. You know, I really love the first half of this game. I've played it now, I think 3 times. And I've thoroughly enjoyed it every time. But Brian Paul tells me the second half of the game is what makes it really good. So I'm looking forward to finishing this out and sharing the experience with all of you. Now, the big difference, the reason why I wanted to play this on Steam versus playing it on PlayStation is because when I play on Steam, I can put the chat inside the headset. Obviously, I can't do that here, so I won't be able to see your guys' comments in real time. But what I'll do is every now and then when we get a break in the action, I'll stop, I'll raise my headset up and look at the monitor, and I'll be able to respond to your comments that way. But if I don't respond to something that you're saying right away, it isn't that I'm ignoring you. I just literally I can't see it because the PlayStation just don't do that yet. Hopefully one day Sony will let us have the chat in the headset. But until that day, we'll just have to take breaks and catch up with the chat. Anyways, lucky for all of us, my PlayStation save is pretty close to where my PC save was at. So within 5 to 10 minutes here, we should be able to catch right back up to where we were at when we ended the last stream. Just let me grab my controllers and we'll get going. Already bumping my microphone. Just putting my controllers on. Isn't that great? Alright, we got to make sure we fight right-handed because my microphone's on the left. Alright, here we are. Back in the game, back in Happyfunland. And yes, here we are. I believe we just came out of this place, if I'm not mistaken. Make sure that we've checked out the restrooms over here. I don't know if we've done this yet or not. Hey kids, blow your own balloon. 4 exciting colors. Funny. I can't be in here without having flashbacks. Alright. All good. That's where we came from, so we're not going to go back in there. Uh-oh. We got enemies.
Oh, you barking bastards! You bugger! Not you feet! Oh, you
Why do you keep running into my body, you little fucker? Alright. I just so love the environment of this game. Now, over there's where we left off, I'm pretty sure. Marauders of the Tropic Isles. That's moldy pizza. Pickled herring on a stick. Ball and hole gets the key. Oh, what the hell? Where'd the ball go? Oh, look at that. Pretty good first shot. Did we get them all? Nope. Now we got them all. And there's the key. Now in here, this isn't where we left off. This was just the back entrance to the pirate ride, right? Yeah, this is the pirate ride. If we want to do it again, we could climb in right here. But we don't want to do that again. Not right now, anyway. We have to go up that little tiki thing, right? Climb up it and get around to the other side to get to where we left off. Crazy how some things in this game have collision and other things don't. Here's my key. Boom. Cannibal Lecter, bitch. Here we go. It's easy enough.
Fuck you fucking fuck! Arr, you barging bastard! Arr, you shiver me! Arr.
I love how they just fly off into the ether. Just want to make sure there's nothing for me to break over here. Don't want to miss any of those. Any of those little statues, you know? Alright, we're here. We are at Xantar's treehouse. Now, people have always said that you can put these over your back and store them. I don't see it. I just see it hit the ground. Which is fine because we've got a camera here. We're going to just use the damn camera. But I've never been able to get that thing to store over my back like people say it can. Nonsense, I tell you. Dan Hema says, I miss VR already. Why do you miss VR? Did you get rid of your headset? I want to see Wes's reaction to this one part on a ride. It was one of the coolest things in the game, and it's not the end part. Awesome. Looking forward to it. Let's find out what the hell he's talking about. Another one? Wow. The voodoo witch doctor is in. Can't break it with my hand. I gotta have something to swing at it, I guess. Break that with my hand. Oh, it's the log plume. I always loved the log plume. It was my favorite, one of my favorite things when I was a kid. I was a pussy. I wasn't a big roller coaster guy when I was like young. It took me growing up and overcoming my fears to become a roller coaster enthusiast. When I was a kid, I was afraid of that stuff. So I would always ride the pussy stuff like the logs and stuff like that. Did I actually ride this? I may have already ridden this. Yeah, I think we rode this on the last stream.
Florida's Diary, Day 1. I left the relative safety of the dock and civilization behind as I ventured forth in my makeshift hollowed-out log of a boat. Always remember to
Yeah, I
keep my
remember
hands
the
and arms
hippos.
safely inside the vehicle, and that no flash photography is permitted. Courageously approaching the ancient temple ruins, I noticed some hippopotamus frolicking playfully in the water. Suddenly, one of the territorial males, sensing danger, charged the boat. Steadfast in my resolve, I ventured onward, deeper into the very bowels of the temple cave. Inadvertently triggering arcane booby trap, I ducked to avoid imminent death.
Oh, what the hell? That's a duck, I guess? Oh, come on.
Suddenly I saw a strange tiger, covered with enormous stomping. Judging by the feline canines, this was no ordinary jungle cat.
Is there no way for me to actually duck these things?
Rounding the corner, I emerged in the primordial primeval jungle, face to face with creatures from beyond the dawn of time. Impossible, my scientific mind told me. These creatures have been extinct for thousands of years. But my feeble mind could not rationalize the horrors that lay before me. I rounded the corner and came face to face with nature's great abomination, a great ape. The sheer absurdity of its massive size and the thrust, unexpected, awesome, and easy. I had stood face to face with nature's perversion, the great ape, and lived to tell the tale. Heroically returning to the dock, I gathered all my personal belongings and exited to the right, where I continued to enjoy my day at More Grizzly's Happyfunland.
Alright, there we go. That one behind us. Pretty cool. Crap. Well, that, I think, gets us actually to where we were. Pretty close to it. I think in here. Yeah. And there is the last place we were at during my previous gameplay. Actually, I guess I could. No! Didn't want to drop it. Let's see here. Get the lay of the land. Over there's the nasty pizza place. Oh yeah, here's the map. I remember now. Because we've come pretty much full circle. Back to the front of the park, right? Funland Railroad into the Mort Grizzly statue. Yeah. So we came in here and we made our way up through here, around here, and here, I think we took rides. We went in here, the happy little grizzly world, and we ended up coming out over here somewhere, I think. And then we came through here and did Xantar's treehouse, and now we're here. So the whole question is, how do we get from here over here to this part of the park? Because we haven't done this part yet. So there must be some kind of a, we take the tracks on the railroad, or maybe there's like a ski lift or something that takes us over there. There's got to be a way that we get from here over to here, to Space Mountain, which is probably where the thing's going to end at. Probably take that railroad track. Hello, hot ham and cheese. Good to see you. What's up, Pant? Thanks for joining. Well, let's go find out. Let's get this little golf thing over with so we can move on, see something new. Oh, gotta get a new club. No, that's not how you do it. Wow, man. More like playing hockey than playing golf. We did it. Let's see if I can pick my... We got it. Bumped my microphone, but we got it. Yeah. All right. Microphone back firmly in my face. Actually, you know what? I can do that probably a little better. I just zoom arm a little bit. That's not how you do it, I guess. Oh, there we go. Lock it in right there. Alright, you guys should be able to hear me a little better now anyway. I've got the thing a little closer to my face. Hello, Gamer Tag. Good to see you, friend. Thanks for joining. Yeah, follow the atmosphere is the game for me, dude. I could just hang out in this fucking shitty old abandoned theme park all day long. Alright, let's get back to it. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my microphone in the perfect spot where I won't knock it over. Alright, so this is literally...
What the fuck? You done fucked up coming in here. You're trapped in here now. What you gonna do now? You come in here, fuck with me? Get your fucking eyes out, man. Say hello to my little beak. My beak, your balls. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna rip them off. Oh, the audacity, this motherfucker. Look at this guy. Can you believe this shit? Coming in here, who you think you are? You think you big time? You gonna die big time. Motherfucker, who you are? Fuck you, Rube. You come in here and fuck with me? I fuck you up. Understand? Take your fucking eyes out. Booyah! Fuck you, you fucking rope! What you think I'm gonna beg? You think I'm gonna beg for you, you fucking piece of shit? You think I fucking...
No, he shut the
I'm
fuck
just a
up.
little parrot with a little hydraulic little beak that tears people's balls off. Listen, I'm going to tear your balls off. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Fuck you, you fucking rube!
So is that it?
Kid, the head of maintenance, him, I never like him. Fuck him! Fuck that guy! Fuck you! I'm gonna fucking kill you! I peck your fucking eyes out!
Is this for the... This is a different theater room over
All
here.
I have in this world is my
Like a-
beak, and I'm gonna tear your balls
Well, we gotta go
right
over
the
there.
fuck off with it!
I just would like it if this dude would shut the fuck up first.
What the fuck? You done fucked up coming in here. You're trapped in here now.
Well,
What
why are
you
you
gonna
up
do
there?
now? You come in here, fuck with me. Booyah!
Alright, awesome. Now we can listen to the fucking tape.
Hey, this is Ed, head of maintenance. Those machines got me trapped in here. The fucking animatronics gone haywire, killing everybody in the park. I feel like I'm gonna bleed out. I don't think I'm gonna make it. barricade myself in the tiki room. Think you just got alcohol in here? Helped all the pain. So I rigged up the doors. You can pull the lever. You gotta transfer the Randy Rodent rat idle thing. You gotta transfer it to the other altar. Some of the bleed out.
Yeah, we figured that out, bro.
Probably the end for me.
Sorry about your damn luck, Ed. Alright. Anyway. I guess that's it for this room. Oh, now the theater is open over here. Oh, there's gallows over here, huh? Great moments with Mr. Nixon. Well, we're getting trophies left and right now. And we'll go that way in a minute. See what great moments with Mr. Nixon's all about.
And I think too that I obstructed justice. That I can say. Well, I obstructed because people have got to know their president's a crook. Because people have got to know their president's a crook. And I think too that I obstructed justice. Well, I crook because people have got to know their president's a crook. And I think too that I obstructed people have got to know their president's a crook. That I can say. And I think too that I obstructed people have got to know their president's a crook. And I think too that I obstructed justice. Well, I crook. And I think too.
Oh, there's a Nixon.
Their president's a crook. Because people have got to know their president's a crook. And I think too that I obstructed justice. And I think too that I crook. Well, I crook. People have got to know their president's a crook. And I think too that I obstructed justice. And I think too that I could say, well, I crook. People have got to know their president's a crook. And I think too.
But literally, that's all this was just a trap? I thought they were going to give me a show. A load of crap. Alright. Fireworks. Nice. Love it. Something we don't get enough of in VR. Fireworks. I don't know why somebody hasn't just done an awesome 10-minute fireworks show. 15 minutes, just photoreal, blow your fucking mind fireworks show. They could totally do it. Alright, let's do whatever the fuck they want us to do here. Boom. So we walked across this thing and it's like the mirror opposite, huh? Abandoned land. It's literally the mirror opposite. Oh, it's the rat again, the one that shot me up with the drugs earlier. You got any more of that stuff, Holmes? Another flashlight. No camera out here? Guess not. Let's see what's in abandoned land. Is that the haunted house? Oh, I hope it's a haunted house. Spooky dark ride, my favorite. Can I get up on this stage and go to the... Oh, there's a key out there, so there's got to be a way for me to get up there and get it, right? I must have to walk around to it. No, the whole thing blew up. Grizzly Bears Jubilee. Oh, what the hell? What are you doing up there? Can I get up there? How did I get up there? I want to be on the roof. Oh, there's a Ferris wheel. Hold on, before we go on that. I don't want to leave this section behind before I get my bearings. We're going to go in there. We're going to get off here. So it doesn't look like I'm going to get trapped or anything. We got the monster ride here. It's probably going to make me vomit in my mouth a little bit. So I dig it, man. So this is like, it's like the little western area, right? The saloon, like western town. And then we're gonna have some like standard fare rides. Hopefully they let us ride the haunted dark ride over there, and then Space Mountain to end it all off. All right, let's do the Ferris wheel. Well, this thing looks rickety as hell. See what the chat says first before we get on it. Yeah, they had a fireworks game on PlayStation VR, Fantavision or something like that, but I heard it sucks ass. Metro looks like it's going to be exceptional. Anyway, let's get on this rickety ass Randy rodent wheel and see what it's like. Well, can I ride it? I thought that was the point. I gotta turn it on. Well, this one apparently is out of order. That's unfortunate. Thought I was actually going to get to ride that. Damn it. Oh, that one didn't stay on the screen. Oh, come on. Just get in the damn hole. Alright, we did that one. Let's see how much of this old West Town over here is explorable. For employees only. Damn. I want to go up there. Just set pieces, though.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Nod your head if you can hear me now. Hey, I think you can hear me now. Hey, it's there. I'm back. Glad to see the headset is still working and still recording. Great job keeping yourself alive and all. You really helping me out in there. I surely do appreciate it. Looks like you're in the cowboy land there now then, huh? That's great. See, I knew I could trust you to keep my headset protected while I was gone and all. That thing worked cheap. I'm sure I explained my you break it, you buy it policy about the video camera before I left and all, so there's no need for me to be telling you about that again. So, let me tell you, dude, in my research on this place, I uncovered quite a few interesting things about this place. I guess old Grizzly opened this park because the federal government was trying to bring charges against him for everything he did. Racketeering, extortion, insider trading, grand larceny, unlawful human experimentation, you name it. The government was bringing everything they had on him. Patent infringements, illegal monopoly practices, violating child labor laws, unlicensed whaling, tax evasion, petty treason, high treason, identity theft, counterfeit, moonshine, indecent exposure, attempted murder, voluntary manslaughter, mail fraud. Anyway, this part sure did the trick for his image, Joe. None of them charges ever stuck. He never did have to do no time, nothing like that. Of course, he had an army of lawyers and all the money to pay off the cops, bribed the judges, and had all the state senators in his pocket. But that all happened well before my time. I did used to watch reruns of the Crotch Critters show on TV as a kid growing up, though. Silly Syphilis and Herpy the Love Bug was my favorite characters. Anyway, Grizzly's only son, Mort Grizzly Jr., well, he's the one running the show now, and he's long since taken it to far more lucrative ventures besides theme parks. The Grizzly Corporation is a big multinational conglomerate nowadays. They selling tobacco products, liquor, weapons, drugs, pesticides, nuclear weapons. Mort Grizzly Jr.'s got his hands in everything. Wall Street, health insurance, fossil fuel industry, climate change, deforestation, offshore oil spilling, gun lobbying, Ponzi and pyramid schemes. Hell, they practically started the whole private prison industry in this country. Anyways, I think this land you're in is where the haunted house ride is. You should try to ride that. Usually I don't like them kind of rides, and I keep my eyes shut in them because I get all freaky in them and all. But maybe just watching it on the video won't be so bad for me. Because I have always been curious to see what it is making all them noises and whatnot.
Awesome. We're over here now, huh? Just had to walk the golf green. Big Plaster Mountain Rickety Runaway Railroad Ride. Huh. Not rideable, I guess. Hmm. Made it here. I don't know I'm supposed to be over here, but we got it. This is the exit right here. I might be stuck. I think I might have just got myself stuck. Oh, you can walk off there. Okay. Sorry, just making sure I can't make my way in here. Going through the walls. And up those stairs over there. Alright. Fair enough. Oh, I'm trying to get on that damn thing. Not the way I'm supposed to do that. Guess not. Oh, damn it. I'm fucking stuck. Holy shit. Can't turn this one off. Disappointed. I keep coming to rides that I can't actually ride. Ballistic novelty weapons. Where are they at? Oh, so close. I'm gonna get it. Sooner or later. Ah. There we go. Yeah. Here we are. Always my favorite, the spooky ride. I'm quite certain this is going to be awesome. In fact, I'm so sure that I'm going to like this that I'm going to stop for a second and clean my lenses just so that I can fully enjoy it. That indeed was a walkabout mini golf mode. Good call. It's not that bad, Jay. I mean, I know, yeah, he's 9. So if he's like super sensitive to spooky things, then yeah. I mean, there's some bad words in here too. Like there's F-bombs, and there's a sex toy. There's a vibrator at the very beginning of the game. So yeah, you probably will get yelled at for putting a 9-year-old in this. what you need to do is just show him the parts that you want him to see, or her. Show him or her the parts you want them to see, but don't just sit them in the game and turn them loose in here. Alright, let's go to Spooky, on the Spooky ride. Fresh, clean lenses.
As your eyes accustom to the gloom, you find yourself in an octagonal room. Welcome, curious interlopers, to Grizzly Manor. Now you may ask yourself in this eerie hall, is it actually elongating? Or are you just tripping balls? What I should tell you as your grizzly guide is that everyone who's ever come here has died. If one thing doesn't kill you, then something else will instead. Perhaps a spiked chandelier will fall on your head.
Awesome.
Oh, I didn't mean to scare you. I just meant to kill you. But there will be time for that later.
Oh, wait a minute.
But
How
now
can I-
let's continue our tour. In this haunted house of doom, there's something lurking in every room.
There's a breakable over there. How am I
Since
supposed to
lava
get it?
comes to light, to cut you with a sword or knife. In this gallery you will find Mort Grizzly's relatives, whom all have died. Around every corner and in every room, grisly ghosts await in the gloom. Oh, look, a coffin, a funeral. Who died? It's the last fool who came on this ride that's inside. On to our library, where we have many ghost stories. It houses both kinds, both grisly and gory.
The ride has come to an unexpected stop. Please remain seated in your gloom mobile. The ride will continue momentarily. Thank you.
So cool that I get to like come off of my car and actually explore this place. We can actually appreciate some of the set pieces. If you need to unlock the library passage, use the prop key from the seance table in the foyer. Yeah, we kind of figured that out.
Dude, thank God the video camera's still working. Then batteries gave out on my receiver and I lost you again there for a bit. Luckily, I found some fresh ones in one of them other dildos I had with me. Good thing I thought to plan ahead. Looks like you're stuck in a haunted house right then, huh? Dang, dude, I still can't hardly believe all this stuff is still out here in the swamp and all like this is still working. Hell, I lived and worked around these parts my whole life, and I ain't never knew nothing about any of this even being out here or nothing. Weren't till my mama done told me about Mort Grizzly Jr. and all before she passed, first I'd ever heard of it. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about at the time. Thought she might be off her meds or something. But once she was gone, it got me a-thinking. And that's when I started doing my research on this place and all. I'm just glad she didn't have to live to see her only son knit up with no legs and all like this, though. Anyways, I'll stop babbling on at you about my personal grievances. Just keep going. Find a way out of that house of freaky.
I'm making these tapes so that I make a recording.
Who in the hell is that? That must be the Nazi scientists that built all them damn automatons.
Successful transfer of the immortal human soul of multiple Abaddon Grizzly into the computer mainframe of the fun park here. It is unfortunate, now I should say perhaps fortunate, a scientific breakthrough for the ages. As miraculous as this may seem to laymen, I have theorized this possibility in my superior intellect for some time. Mr. Grizzly's mortal soul, his very consciousness, transferred from his mortal coil into the computer machine. Think of it! Man immortalized in the machine, and now able to live forever! I must admit I was skeptical when I was forced to flee to this vulgar country after the war. I accepted this job as the rodent park, building silly little automatons to entertain the rooms. Especially since my former endeavors under Dafiana was building robotic armies of clockwork supermen to kill these same rooms. Ah! But now I must say, with Mr. Grizzly's money, my own superior intellect, I've been able to achieve a true scientific miracle. Tomorrow you will upload copies of Mr. Grizzly's computerized soul into each of the computer brains of the automaton. Ah, after all of these years, the fruits of my genius will finally be unleashed upon the world. I'm making these tapes so that I make a recording of this. I'm making these tapes so that I make a recording of this glorious day. But I, Dr. Hans von Sterben, successfully succeeded in the successful transfer of the immortal human soul of multiple Abaddon Grizzly to the computer mainframe of the fun park here. It is unfortunate, but now I should say perhaps fortunate, a scientific breakthrough for the ages. As miraculous as this may seem to laymen, I have theorized this possibility in my superior intellect for some time. Mr. Grizzly's mortal soul, his very consciousness, transferred from his mortal coil into the computer machine. Think of it! Man immortalized in the machine, and now able to live forever! I must admit I was skeptical when I was forced to flee to this vulgar country after the war. I accepted this job as the rodent park, building silly little automatons to entertain the rooms. Especially since my former endeavors under Dafiana was building robotic armies of clockwork supermen to kill these same rooms. Ah! But now I must say, with Mr. Grizzly's money, with my own superior intellect, I have been able to achieve a true scientific miracle. Tomorrow we will upload copies of Mr. Grizzly's computerized soul into each of the computer brains of the automaton. Ah, after all of these years, the fruits of my genius will finally be unleashed upon the world.
This is not the way I'm supposed to go. There we go. Wow.
Oh my God, that's him! That's him! That's Fort Grizzly! And with his brains done removed. Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Oh. Sorry about that. That's about the nastiest thing I ever seen. And I've seen some pretty nasty things in my time, let me tell you. Should have seen my date last night. Dang, dude. Can't believe they just left him here like this and all. You'd think he would have had a proper burial. Ain't like he was hurting for money or nothing. You know, I read his only son, Fort Grizzly Jr., is worth like $1 gazillion now or something. Must be nice to have that kind of money, but I guess when you kick the bucket, you can't take it with you. Find where's this computer that his brain is hooked up to is.
Project Mort Grizzly Eternal Life. Steps to conscious transfer process. Upon death, bring the body to the lab. Remove brain from specimen. Next time, use sharper tools. Attach brain to machine. Make sure it's still moist. Complete the soul conscious upload process to the memory tapes. Success, the computerized soul can now be copied into the computer brain chips of the automatons. Remember to pick up milk and eggs. Where did that... I had a sword. Where did it go? I just lose it, I guess. Yeah, it appears to be gone. Oh well.
October 31st, 1971. Today I, Dr. Hans von Straben, uploaded copies of the computerized soul of the Lord Grizzly to the automaton. The upload process itself was successful. However, I begin to disseminate some sort of degradation code to the transfer process. While it is true, as subject Mr. Grizzly, the cool man to begin with,
Looks like things didn't work out too well for that
the
crazy
orders
Nazi.
of magnitude meter. The copies uploaded to the automatons mean a still. That could explain why the automatons seem to have run amok, killed all the people in the fun bar. Now that disappointment son of Grizzly, Lord Grizzly Jr., must have shut the whole park down. Ha! After one silly little incident, my word is wholly unacceptable. It's bullshit. Sometimes to make a good bratwurst, you have to break a few eggs. These short-sighted fools will not stop my life's work. I'm mistaken for myself here in my lab. They want to take it from me, they will have to pry it from my good dead nasty hands. How my chest! My heart!
Okay, I didn't really make that out. Not much of it anyway.
October 31st, 1971. Today I, Dr. Hans von Straben, uploaded copies of the computerized soul of the Lord Grizzly to the automaton. The upload process itself was successful. However, I begin to disseminate some sort of degradation code in the transfer process. While it is true, as subject Mr. Grizzly, the cool man to begin with, the computerized
I can't
soul
make it out
the
right
orders
now.
of magnitude.
There's too much background noise to make out everything that he's saying.
There it is. Fort Grizzly's actual brain. The crazy doctor kept it alive in this machine all this time. Oh my God, it's Fort Grizzly's ghost. Grandpa! Grandpa! It's me, Larry, your grandson.
What in the hell have you done? Who the fuck are you?
It's me, Larry, your grandson. Not that dude, I'm on the headphones.
What the hell are you talking about, Rube?
Your son, Mort Jr., he got up with my mama, but he ain't never married her or nothing like that. Tell him, dude, tell him.
You think I give a rat's ass about any two-bit floozy my worthless son knocked up?
No, not just any two-tit floozy, Betty floozy, my mama. I'm Larry floozy, your grandson. I'm biologically a grizzly. But my real daddy, he don't talk to me or acknowledge my existence or nothing like that.
You filthy rubes think you could just come in here and bust up my place? I'm more grizzly, damn it! I'll fucking have you killed!
So, dude, he seems really pissed now.
I need this machine to live, and now some damn rube destroyed it? I'm dissipating! Dissipating! I need a body! A vessel!
Oh, his ghost is in a zombie now. Dang, I was afraid if there was dances, there were probably going to be zombies.
This rotten stuff feels awful. This putrid old man carcass isn't gonna work. I need a machine. I must find one of those automatons to possess. I'll be back for you, Rube.
Dang, that didn't go so well. Get the hell out of there, dude.
So if it was that easy for him to just possess whatever he wants, why did he need this whole like machine with his brain hooked up to it? You can just possess everything, like dead bodies, turn them into zombies.
October 31st, 1971. Today I, Dr. Hans von Straben, uploaded copies of the computerized soul of the Mort Grizzly into the automatons in the Feinberg. The upload process itself was successful. However, I'm beginning to think there may be some sort of degradation in the code during the transfer process. While it is true, the test subject, Mr. Grizzly, was a cruel man to begin with, the computerized soul seems to be orders of magnitude meaner, and the copies uploaded to the automatons meaner still. That could explain why the automatons seem to have run amok and killed all the people in the fun park. Now that disappointed son of Grizzly's, Mort Grizzly Jr., has to shut the whole park down. Ha! How to run, silly little insolent. My word is wholly unacceptable. It's bullshit. Sometimes to make a bit
Alright.
worse, you have to break a few eggs. These short-sighted fools will not stop my life's work. I've decided to fall with myself here in my van. If they want to take it from me, they will have to try it from my good dead Nazi hands. How my chest! My heart!
Hurry, dude. Find a switch to get the power back on and escape in that Gloomobile or something. Well, dang, my first meeting with my grandpa didn't go so well. But damn if this ain't going to be some exciting video, though. Go stand,
what the
zombies.
fuck?
I'm just be rich and famous after all this is over. Just as long as you don't die on me in there and lose my headset, dude. Get a move on. Turn out before you come
The
back.
house is quite spacious, the rooms very roomy. Some of you might find the vibe to be gloomy. Here's our grand and elegant musical hall, where the spirits have gathered for a ghostly ball, and where you will be the guest of honor, or better yet, the guest of horror. We will be having you for dinner. I'm sure you'll pair well with a nice Chianti.
None of these damn robots have any heads! You think you can come into my house and bust up all my heads? I'll fucking kill you myself when I find a vessel!
Up the
Makes me wanna play
stairs,
Rush of
like
Blood.
You flee to the attic. Your visit thus far has been quite traumatic. From the corner of your eye, you spy a weird bride who's locked stubbornly savage and wilted and died. Now even the walls of this house are alive.
I'm not about to give up the ghost now because of some damn rube. I need a vessel to contain my soul, but you smashed off all them heads! I'll fucking bury you for this! Oh!
You've escaped the house, but still should be wary, because now you've reached the old cemetery. Everywhere that you look, you just see tombstones. Your musty old graves hold dusty old bones. Your spine, it turns to gelatin when you see a singing skeleton.
I'm a singing skeleton. I turn your spine to gelatin.
Overcome with horror, the safety bar you gripped, as your gloom mobile enters an old and dark crypt. You've made it out, but you won't be alone, because Mort Grizzly's ghost will follow you home. Farewell.
You didn't think you could escape me, did you? I'm Lord Grizzly, damn it! I own this fucking park! I'll fucking crush your root skull like a pistachio! How dare you come in here and destroy my fun park! You'll die now!
Holy shit.
You can't get away from me like that, you little shit! Come back here now! Alright, I'm gonna take you anywhere!
Alright, this is fucking cool. I don't know how I'm supposed to duck this shit. I'm like literally moving. It still hits me. I guess I have to duck under it.
Surprise, surprise! Time for the roof to die! You're not getting off this ride alive!
Bullshit.
I'll get you down from there, you little shit! His missile should do the trick! Make it a grisly crime scene! Firearms kills roofs dead! What the? No! I'm crushed by a roof!
This is fucking cool. Well then, that's one way to do it.
It's back. Dude, the video feed cut out, but now it's back. What I missed? Sounds like something big just went down in there. That headset better still be in one piece. I'm coming around back way I found. I see a warehouse just up ahead. Find a way to the back of that warehouse and we can get out of here.
Goldberg.
You didn't think you could kill a ghost, did you? I'm already fucking dead! I can possess any one of these damn robots at will. Now you die, Rube. There's backup for me in every one of these damn machines. Nobody fucks with more Grizzly and gets away with it, especially some damn Rube.
Awesome.
I found another big one. Time's up, Rube. Now I crush you. I'm more Grizzly, damn it. I own this fucking town. This thing has no legs.
Hey, Grandpa, have some of this.
You fat little bastard. I'm dissipating. I'm becoming one with the universe. You ignorant rubes have no idea how all this works. Dissipating. Must find another vessel.
Quick, dude, I'm here. It's Larry. I've come to save my camera. My legs. He grew back. It's a miracle. Oh, hell, dude. There's fireworks everywhere. This place is going to blow. Come on now. I got the boat just out back here. Run, dude, run. Come on, dude. Hit the boat. I ain't gonna lie at you no more. Oh, dang, dude, that was a close one. Let's get. Woo-hoo! Hot damn. Now this is Swamp Boat. Having fun, dude? Dude, I'm so glad you saved my video camera and all. That is exactly what I needed you for. Oh, hell, we're friends now. I ain't got to lie at you no more. I ain't got no followers or no online video channel or nothing like that, but I do got my legs and all. And on my mama's dying confession to me, I swear I'm Morton Grizzly Jr.'s biological son. My mama done told me as much before she passed, but he just ain't never admitted it yet. But I'm sure of it now. And this here video footage you getting for me is going to come in real handy when I blackmail his rich old ass. He's going to know his son Larry now for sure. Damn, I'm excited. I'm going to be a rich man. So, about your payment, dude. I found a few more parts out here on the property and all. You should probably videotape them all, too, before we call it a night. Strengthening my case for my blackmailing plan and all. Let's see. There's the water sliding park, the fish park, the porch dog. Oh, shit, we've thrown a rod. Motor shot. This ain't good. More gators up ahead. Damn. All right, new plan. We're going to, Oh, shit, dude, this ain't good. We're definitely screwed. We may not be getting out of this one, dude. Protect your video camera with your life if you still want to get paid on.
You might not want to tell them they're going to be
I ain't got no good plan for getting us out of this one, dude.
They might try and run and you can
We
miss.
should run.
I never miss.
Oh,
See?
dude,
I'm a crack
oh, oh, damn, that save the video, dude.
See? A crack fucking shot.
Well, I'm just saying it's like giving them a warning. Better to catch them unaware.
What's it matter? They're gonna be out like a light anyways. Just fly the fucking chopper and leave the shooting to me. Let's pick this one up, take it back to Holy Cell. Yeah, sounds good.
Well, that was a bit of excitement around here for a change, huh? Never seen a gator devour a man's legs like that. That was brutal. So what are we doing with this one? Should we report this?
Oh, hell no. What kind of dumbass question is that? You want to fill out shit tons of paperwork?
Well, no, but shouldn't we report we found and caught a trespasser? And the other one with the gator and all.
What do you think the company's gonna give you a fucking medal? Hell no. It's just too much goddamn headache on our end with all the paperwork they want us to fill out. Look, they hire us to keep this place secured from any and all trespassers, and that's exactly what we're doing here. Why should we make some corporate dickhead's job any easier for them? Sitting around in them cushy offices, wearing their fancy suits, bitching to us about paperwork. Fuck those pricks. We're the ones out here getting our hands dirty. We caught this old shithead, and now we're just gonna leave him here to rot. It's not like anyone's gonna find him in here. Shouldn't have been so dumb coming in here in the first place, fucko! Especially when the key to freedom is hanging right here, just out of reach. So close, but so far away. Now let's get the hell out of here. This place gets rid of fucking creeps. We can come back and check on the corpse in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, okay, I guess you're right.
Let's head back to base and get a drink. I'm fucking parched.
Yeah, sounds good. Hey, did you see those new automatic assault rifles the company's rolling out?
Oh, hell yeah. My dick got hard when I saw those.
Yeah, mine too.
Well, I thought this shit was over. It just fucking keeps on going, I guess, huh? Holy crap. Alright, let's see, what can we do here? Line jumper interrogation. Will comes some dinosaurs to ride. It's funny. There's actually a pack of cigarettes in there. Okay. Well, what, can I not go this way? Yeah, there it is. And this thing just keeps going, don't it?
Dystopian future controlled entirely by the Earthly Corporation. Expectant mothers, those with heart, neck, or back problems, or those unwilling to confront the hellish landscape of their grisly future get blamed for life. Warning, this attraction contains lethal levels of chemicals known by the state of Florida to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm to the unborn fetus. City of the future, showcasing corporate progress of the future today, a future that will someday become the someday become the future. The present future today is a high-speed turbulent thrill ride into a nightmare dystopian future controlled entirely by the Earthly Corporation. Expectant mothers, those with heart, neck, or back problems, or those unwilling to confront the hellish landscape of their grisly future should refrain from riding. Warning, this attraction contains lethal levels of chemicals known to the state of Florida to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm to the unborn fetus. Discretion is advised. A grisly future awaits you in future. More grisly city of the future, showcasing corporate progress of the future today, a future that will someday be coming to you, become the future. Your grisly future today is a high-speed, turbulent thrill ride into a nightmare dystopian future controlled entirely by the Earthly Corporation. Expectant mothers, those with heart, neck, or back problems, or those unwilling to confront the hellish landscape of their grisly future should refrain from riding. Warning, this attraction contains lethal levels of chemicals known to the state of Florida to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm to the unborn fetus. Discretion.
Known by the state of Florida to cause cancer. Holy crap, there's another ride. Wow. Wow. I need to stop for a minute. See what the chat thinks about it. So is this the end? Somebody tell me in the chat, is this the last thing, this ride, or we still got a way to go here? I'd be very interested to know, because this has gone on way longer than I expected. Yeah, it would have been better if they'd nailed the combat, but honestly, it could have been just fine without the combat at all. You just made it to the Epcot part, you're like halfway now. No way I'm just halfway, I don't believe that. They've already like wrapped the story up. The only reason I'm asking is because I need to take 5. Like, I'm not going to stop the stream, I'm going to finish the game. But if this ride isn't the last thing, then I need to go to, like, get a drink and go to the bathroom. So I need to take a 5-minute break. If there's more after this. So tell me, Jay, is this the end, or is there still more after this? I don't want to take 5 and then come back and just have you guys watch me do the last ride and it be over. Alright, we'll just keep going then. Minutes, yeah, we can do 10 more minutes. If there was like another 30 to 45, I was gonna stop. I think we can hang for 10 more minutes, no big deal. I'm digging it. I thought this game was like super short or something. People were talking like it was just a few hours long. I mean, this is pretty substantial, to be honest. It's a fully fledged amusement park. Full-blown story. The story's kind of dumb, but it's amusing, you know. There's some really funny parts. That fucking parrot kills me. When you walk into that place and it starts the Scarface parrot, fucking hilarious. All right. Yeah, the Ferris wheel part was awesome. That's why I thought it was the end, because people kept telling me like the end of the game is the really cool part, and that was so cool. I was like, this has to be the end. What happened to our little fucking fat friend though? Larry or whatever his name is. Larry Grizzly. All right, let's get on this thing and see what it has. Yeah, there's a little weirdness. My stomach's a little bit turned. But my stomach was turned before I even got on that. Like, I was started feeling queasy. I think it might be a frame rate thing, honestly. I definitely think that the Steam version runs a little bit smoother. Not that it doesn't look and play good on the console, but I could tell a difference coming back to PlayStation from after having played it on Steam. Anyway, let's go. Let's get this thing done. See what this last ride's all about.
Since the dawn of recorded time, mankind has sought out a bold, yet mild and flavorful cigarette, and a full-bodied, refreshingly frothy beer. But it wasn't until the Grizzly Alcohol and Tobacco Company provided these pleasures to man that these basic requirements were finally met, and mankind was happy. And mankind will be happy long into the future, too, knowing these sacred pleasures are safely secured by the Grizzly Firearms Corporation. An entire arsenal of Grizzly long-range nuclear missiles stand at the ready to safeguard against any and all would-be communist threats. And the Grizzly Corporation will be here long into the future, too, with many exciting opportunities in industries such as offshore oil drilling, fracking, narcotics distribution. Because at Grizzly, human subjugation is all part of our master plan for total global world domination.
This is
Why
fucking
stop
cool.
there? An entire universe awaits us beyond our world, ready to be conquered and exploited, promising untold riches beyond your wildest imagination. From the red ruby fields of Mars, to the shiny sapphire rings of Saturn, from asteroids made entirely of pure solid gold, to the diamond mines of Uranus. The Grizzly Corporation will be there, in Uranus, to plunder those riches, hoarding unimaginable wealth for generations to come. Grizzly Corporation, we promise you the food.
I told
If
you,
we ever
filthy
lied to you
Rube.
yet,
Nobody fucks with Lord Grizzly and gets away with it. Nobody! I'm Lord Grizzly, goddammit! I own this fucking state! I own this whole fucking planet! My moon! No!
Wow, that's pretty damn epic. Like, they hit you with the false ending and everything. Stop staring at me, Swan. Oh. Back into the swamp. We made it to fat food. Disappointment burger.
Welcome to Disappointment Burger. Can I take your order? I don't know what you're talking about with all that. I'm gonna need to get the manager.
Disappointment Burger's a wholly owned subsidiary of the Grizzly Company. You should have kept your mouth shut.
I failed to make it to home alive. No way. So what, is there multiple endings? It's gonna make me sit through the whole fucking ending of the thing too. Yeah, so we could start it again at your Grizzly Future today, the last ride. I wonder what happens if I hit continue. Okay, so we're here. We can get the other ending real quick.
Welcome to Disappointment Burger. Can I take your order? Oh, wow. Congratulations. It looks like you're D-Burger's 10th millionth customer. You win a free upgrade to a large shake when you purchase a small shake at regular price with the purchase of a disappointment meal. If you want to upgrade your order to a disappointment meal and add a small shake to it, you can use the upgrade now. Unfortunately, our ice cream machine is down, so we don't have any shakes tonight.
Of course it
Sorry
is.
to disappoint you.
Oh, so that's literally the only difference. Okay. Well, that was an awesome game. Just an awesome experience. You know, the game is what it is, but the experience is what really sets this thing apart and makes it special. Having technical difficulties here. It's the experience that really sets it apart and makes it special. The game itself, I mean, the rides are fun. The combat stinks, but I mean, the combat's just the combat. It's not, this isn't meant to be an action game, right? They had to put the evil animatronics in the game just so that there's some sort of danger that you're feeling while you're there. And plus they, you know, it tied into the story. Like if there were no evil animatronics, wait a minute, where the fuck am I at? I already took my headphones off. Hold on a second here. I have found myself into a post-credits scene. I wasn't even expecting that. Somebody knocking at the door, I guess. Just ripped on the table.
Dude, you never did get me that video I hired you for. We ain't done here.
Wow. I hope that means there's a sequel. But of course the sequel would need to be at another park. Obviously we don't want to retread ground here, but I would be totally down for a new park in the same kind of concept, right? New story, whatever. We still have the evil Mort Grizzly Jr. out there somewhere that we have to deal with. Anyway, that was awesome. I really enjoyed the game a lot. Yeah. Alright, so I guess that's it for now. You guys stay tuned. We've got a lot of stuff that I want to play for Spooky Month. Like I said, the next actual real show we'll do will be Game of the Month, but I think that that's going to be this weekend before I can have a co-host for it. So this week I'll do at least one gameplay stream. I want to try to get Visage up and running and see if I can get it into a playable state for VR. If I can do that, we'll do that one. But I have other things too. I have the Layers of Fear remake I haven't played yet. We can UEVR that one. Of course, we've got the annual Here They Lie stream, which I still am working out what we're going to do with that. But it'll be good no matter what it turns out to be. And just a ton of I want to play a lot of stuff that I haven't played yet. So between the UEVR mod and other things in the library, I think we should be able to stay pretty busy. Anyway, that's it for our show tonight. Thanks to everyone who tuned in live or on the replay. I appreciate you all. Thanks to all the patrons who continue to stick with us through this transition time. And yeah, we'll see you guys all very soon. Have a good night. See you on the Discord. And thanks for watching.